Chapter 614. You. Zi Yunxiang's body trembled as she let go of the little Kailin. She covered her mouth and face as she murmured in a trembling voice. Her watery eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. Ever since Yin Yu had been captured by Lord Shenying from the Phoenix Cabinet, he had disappeared from the continent. It was rumored that he had died in the Battle of the Fairy Realm. For 2 whole years, there had been no news of him. Now that he had suddenly appeared in front of her, Zi Yunxiang cried tears of joy. Patter. The little Kailin fell to the ground, crying out pitifully. It rubbed its butt with its hooves, then stood up with a pout. It then waved its hooves at Zi Yunxiang. The fall woke it up, and it jumped back onto Su Yu's shoulder, still glaring at Zi Yunxiang angrily. Ah, is this your spiritual pet? I'm sorry. Zi Yunxiang was shocked by the little beast's intelligence, and her face turned red. The little Kailin snorted and waved its hooves generously, as if to say that it was not a big deal and that it did not care. This action caused Zi Yunxiang to giggle. This little beast was exceptionally peculiar. While they were talking, the armored youth, who had not been subdued, turned around and took out a long sword. He pressed it against Zi Yunxiang's neck, trying to subdue her and take her as a hostage. Zi Yunxiang was shocked. She wanted to run away, but how could she outrun a 2 crystals half-fairy? Did I say you could move? A cold snort came from behind the armored youth. A golden light flashed past the 2 crystals half-fairy's arm, casually making a circle around it. Patter. The armored youth's arm fell to the ground. This sword had directly cut off his arm with sword energy. Ah! The armored youth let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Noisy. If you scream again, I will cut off your tongue. Su Yu frowned. Suddenly, the armored youth's screams stopped. He clutched his arm, which was bleeding profusely. He was in so much pain that his face turned pale. I will ask, and you will answer. What happened to the woman you chased 2 days ago? Was she injured? Su Yu had already heard from them that Xia Jingyu had successfully escaped. The 2 of them looked at each other, hesitating. Whoever answers later will die. Su Yu's killing intent was extremely strong. After going through the training in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, Su Yu's desire to kill had unknowingly increased. It was unknown whether it was due to the influence of evil energy, or because he had killed too many people, but he gradually viewed human lives as worthless. Hearing this, the 2 armored youths trembled. Wait, we'll speak. She escaped. Her injuries are a little, but not serious. The 2 armored youths said in unison. Zi Yunxiang was stunned. Su Yu, are you asking about Lord Yi Yu of the Empire of Darkness? How do you know about her? Where is she? Su Yu asked anxiously. Zi Yunxiang stared coldly at the 2 of them. They're lying to you. Lord Yi Yu's injuries were severe and she was still unconscious. The undead Phoenix Master was still trying to think of a way to save her. She had originally followed us back to the Heavenly Law Alliance, but for some unknown reason, she changed her mind at the last minute and went to a dangerous region alone. When we found her, she was already on her last breath. The 2 armored young men's faces instantly turned pale when they heard this. Unconscious. Su Yu's voice was so cold that even he felt a chill when he heard it. As his gaze swept past the 2 of them, Su Yu's killing intent exploded. A formless white flame flashed past. The souls of the 2 burned, and they could fly. They did not even have the chance to cry out in pain. Thump, tossing aside the 2 corpses, Su Yu said anxiously, let's go. Bring me to her quickly. Xia Jingyu had returned to inform him. Even though she knew it was dangerous, she had rushed back to leave a message for Su Yu. Su Yu's heart was bleeding. He felt that he owed Xia Jingyu, and he would never be able to repay her in this lifetime. A woman's intuition told Zi Yunxiang that Su Yu and Lord Yi Yu had a relationship that surpassed friendship. This caused Zi Yunxiang to feel slightly uncomfortable. Her chest felt heavy. All right. Along the way, Gang Daily recuperated and felt much better. Seeing Su Yu frown, he comforted him. Su Yu, do not worry. The master of the Phoenix Cabinet is the continent's top alchemy master. She has a unique understanding of healing. Lord Yi Yu will be fine. Su Yu's heart was filled with Xia Jingyu's safety. He nodded. Yes, I hope so. Daily, how is Ling Xiaotian now? I have been gone for 2 years. Without vital energy to sustain him, Su Yu had another unresolved worry in his heart. Hearing this, Gang Daily's expression turned serious. Have we met before? How do you know my name? Also, what is your relationship with Ling Xiaotian? How did you know that Ling Xiaotian was with us? He was brought here by the Black Snow Devil King. Wait. Gang Daily and Zi Yunxiang's bodies turned stiff at the same time, looking at Su Yu in shock. After Su Yu disappeared, the infamous Black Snow Devil King had appeared out of nowhere. After that, the Black Snow Devil King had entered the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion for over 2 years. Su Yu had also disappeared, cultivating a mysterious ability. Could it be that the Black Snow Devil King was actually Su Yu? Yes, it was me. Back then, Su Yu's identity was wanted. To make things easier, I changed my appearance and roamed the world as the Black Snow Devil King. I did not tell you the truth. Please forgive me, Su Yu said apologetically. Especially Zi Yunxiang. From her expression, his disappearance had affected her greatly. Gang Daily was dumbfounded. My brother Black Snow is the #1 genius of the North Continent, Yin Yu? How unexpected. The people of the Zhenlong continent would never have imagined that Su Yu did not disappear. Instead, he roamed the world with the identity of the Black Snow Devil King. Zi Yunxiang's face was full of resentment. Back then, when she had found out that Su Yu had died in the battle between the fairies, she had fainted on the spot. For the next few months, she had not been able to walk out of it. What made her even more resentful was that the Black Snow Devil King had personally gone to the Heavenly Law Alliance, but had not looked for her. Feeling the different emotions of the two, Su Yu was speechless. He had been too helpless in the past. Now that his abilities had improved greatly, there were very few people in the Zhenlong continent who could threaten him. There was no need to worry about implicating old friends. This meant that Su Yu would no longer hide his identity. Wait. When the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion ended, you did not come out. We all thought that you had. Gang Daily said in surprise. Su Yu calmly said, it was just an accident. I stayed for half a day. It's nothing. Gang Daily was skeptical. Take this opportunity to explain to me what happened in the Zhenlong continent. What is going on with those 2 people just now? When did 2 unfamiliar 2 crystals half-fairies appear in the Zhenlong continent? What is going on with the fall of the Zhenlong continent? Hearing this, the joy of reuniting with Su Yu disappeared in an instant. Instead, they furrowed their brows. Su Yu. The Zhenlong continent is finished. Gang Daily hesitated for a long time, then said in a low voice. Zi Yunxiang's eyes were full of sorrow. In the 2.5 years that you were gone, many things happened in the Zhenlong continent. The current Zhenlong continent is no longer the same as before. You can carefully feel the air. The air. When Su Yu had just returned to the Zhenlong continent, he had been troubled by Xia Jingyu's comforting words. As such, he had not carefully felt the difference. Now that he had carefully felt it, he was slightly startled. Hey! What is going on? The spiritual energy in the air of the Zhenlong continent seems to have become denser. Gang Daily said in a deep voice, it is not just denser. It is 10 times denser. Back then, my reaction was the same as yours. I did not notice the change in the spiritual energy because we were used to the dense spiritual energy in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Hence, when the spiritual energy of the Zhenlong continent became so dense, I did not notice it. Zi Yunxiang nodded. Yes. It is precisely because of the 10 times denser spiritual energy that the geniuses of the Zhenlong continent have the opportunity to cultivate like never before. I was able to become a heaven master in a short 2 years because of this. Everything began 2 years ago when the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds changed. The dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds changed. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The most mysterious place in the Zhenlong continent was probably the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Back then, a terrifying dragon tail had appeared from within the pool. The seal of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds had been broken, and Sheng Ji had been able to escape. That black pool of water was a mysterious place that Suyu still could not let go of. Not long after the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion opened, the seal of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds was suddenly opened. At that time, Elder Ju and the rest were at the mysterious heavenly stage and could not return in time. The fighters of the Heavenly Law Alliance entered the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds to investigate the situation. However, the first batch of experts that entered the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds all died. Only the leader of the group, Fu Tsongshan, came out alive. He said that a large number of unknown experts appeared in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, and that there was no one in Sin City. Everyone disappeared without a trace. Then, they were attacked by a large number of unfamiliar half-immortals. They were almost completely annihilated. Fu Tsongshan managed to escape with his group and escape from the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Zi Yunxiang paused, and Gang Daily continued, "This matter is not over yet. After my master received news of the change in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, he immediately rushed back to seal it again. However, 3 fighters of the fairy realm suddenly appeared among them. All of them were grade 5 fairies. Master was outnumbered and eventually retreated in defeat. He only had time to snatch away some valuables, which included Ling Xiaotian and the dragon coffin. Then, he retreated with the many senior experts who encircled him, all the way to the mainland." Hearing this, Suyu felt slightly relieved. From then on, the otherworldly fighters continued to appear from the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds in large numbers. The martial artists of the Zhenlong continent organized many counterattacks in an attempt to force them back. However, the number of their fairy realm fighters kept increasing. The last time the Zhenlong continent's martial artists attacked, they already had more than 30 fairy realm fighters. The Zhenlong continent's martial artists suffered heavy casualties. The Heavenly Law Alliance's master Long Juexin was severely injured during the battle and has been recuperating ever since. Countless fighters from all sides died. This was the most tragic defeat the Zhenlong continent had ever suffered. It was also the last time we could organize our forces to fight against them. Half a year later, the Zhenlong continent's calamity appeared. They gathered countless experts and finally set foot on the Zhenlong continent. Under the leadership of a few Saint Masters, the otherworldly fighters marched straight in and swept across the northern continent. The Snow Listening Tower, the Phoenix Cabinet, and the 100 Territories Alliance were all conquered in one night. Then, it was the Eastern Continent, the Southern Continent, and the Western Continent. All the great factions were conquered in one night. Chapter 615. Hearing this, Suyu was shocked. In just 2.5 years, the Zhenlong continent had undergone such a drastic change. The continent had been completely occupied by the other world. Does that mean that the northern continent's empire of darkness has also been occupied? Suyu was worried about his Inu area. Zi Yunxiang continued, nodding. Yes, it has been occupied. Other than a few vigilant people who managed to escape in advance, the majority of the people are still locked down. That change happened too quickly. In just one night, the entire continent was occupied. Did they do anything to the people in the occupied areas? Suyu's heart tightened. Zi Yunxiang's expression turned cold. Massacres did not happen. However, from the actions of those 2 people just now, it was clear that they treated the people of the Zhenlong continent like livestock. They burned, killed, and looted. Even though the lives of the people in the occupied areas were not in great danger, they could not avoid humiliation. Who knows how many people were robbed and how many wives and daughters were raped by them? Suyu's eyes shot out shards of cold light. He did not know where those people had come from, but their talents and abilities were abnormally strong. They had an indescribable sense of superiority toward the people of the Zhenlong continent. In the Zhenlong continent, they could indulge in the darkness in their hearts and do evil things. Perhaps, as Zi Yunxiang had said, many people's families had been destroyed. Those who managed to escape either live in the wilderness, hide in the ocean, or are taken in by the Heavenly Law Alliance. Other than that, any other place in the Zhenlong continent has become a living hell. Zi Yunxiang clenched her fists. This disaster had come too suddenly, and the impact was too great. The Zhenlong continent had really fallen. The battleships of the Heavenly Law Alliance are now hiding everywhere. The 5 of us are one of the small patrolling teams. The battleships are now resting, and the surroundings need to be guarded. We did not expect to meet 2 half-fairies not long after we set off. We must quickly go back and inform them. This is not a place to stay for long, Gang Daily said. Su Yu nodded, his gaze moving between Zi Yunxiang and Gang Daily. He then said profoundly, "The geniuses taken in by the Heavenly Law Alliance should not be just the 2 of you, right?" What he meant was why the 2 of them were sent to patrol. If it had been someone else patrolling, Su Yu would not have been surprised. But who were these 2 people? One was one of the 3 fairies of the Zhenlong continent, the last disciple of Elder Ju. The other was the daughter of one of the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders, Zi Donglai. Their statuses were much higher than those of ordinary geniuses. There was no reason for them to carry out such a dangerous mission without any protection. Among the clues, Su Yu found something unusual. Hearing this, both of their faces turned ugly. Gang Daily laughed bitterly. Master and I were both taken in by the Heavenly Law Alliance. How can we not lower our heads when we are living under the roof? Wait, it's fine that Gang Daily was taken in, but what kind of person is Elder Ju? 4 days ago, my master's tribulation came as scheduled. Even though he brought back the Thunder Herb, for some reason, the tribulation lightning this time was much scarier than expected. My master was injured by the tribulation lightning and we don't even know if he's dead or alive. He's also being taken care of by the undead Phoenix Master. What's worse is that he failed the tribulation this time. The second tribulation lightning will descend soon. My unconscious master will face the second tribulation lightning. What do you think will happen to him? Apart from turning into ashes, Elder Ju's fate was as clear as day. Since Elder Ju was about to die, it was understandable that his disciple would receive such treatment. However, the person who had arranged for this mission was too cruel. Elder Ju was still alive, yet he had tortured his disciple like this. Was Elder Ju going to die with regrets? What about you? Was Housemaster Zi also injured? Su Yu asked. Zi Yunxiang sighed softly. No. How could my father be compared to Elder Ju? It's just that there was a change in the Heavenly Law Alliance. My father was ostracized and stripped of his position as an elder. Fu Songshan's grandson was recently taken in by the Heavenly Law Alliance. He took a fancy to me and wanted to take me as his concubine. I refused, so I was sent out to carry out a dangerous mission. Such a thing could happen? Who is Fu Songshan? Su Yu had heard of this person's name from their conversation. The first person to enter the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds to investigate the situation was Fu Songshan. You should have heard of his name, Zi Yunxiang said. The Northern Pole Sword Saint, Zhao Wuji, the Undead Phoenix Master, Qiuning Shui, and the Snow-Gazing Daoist, Fu Songshan. The 3 of them are elders of the Heavenly Law Alliance from the Northern Continent. Hearing this, Su Yu suddenly understood. He had heard of these 3 people's names in the past. The Northern Pole Sword Saint came from the 100 Territories Alliance, the Undead Phoenix Master, Qiuning Shui, came from the Phoenix Cabinet, and the Snow-Gazing Daoist, Fu Songshan, came from the Snow Listening Tower. In fact, the current Snow Listening Tower's master had been killed by Su Yu. The Snow Listening Tower really has a bunch of scoundrels, using such a method to force a marriage. Humph. Su Yu snorted disdainfully. Fu Songshan's cultivation has improved greatly, and he is now a 3 crystals peak half-fairy. He can go through his tribulation at any time, and his power has already surpassed Alliance Master Long's. Moreover, Alliance Master Long was severely injured in the battle at the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds, and he relied on the Undead Phoenix Master to save his life. Thus, his power has increased day by day. My father was removed from his position as an elder in order to make room for Fu Songshan's trusted aid. This meant that there was a possibility that the Heavenly Law Alliance would change hands. He hadn't returned for 2.5 years, yet the situation had already become so complicated. Don't worry, I understand, and I won't cause any trouble, Su Yu said frankly. He had come to the Heavenly Law Alliance for Xia Jingyu and Ling Xiaotian, and if it wasn't necessary, he naturally wouldn't cause any trouble. The group of people chatted as they quickly flew toward the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship. However, they didn't know that, at the place where the two armored youths had fallen, there was a middle-aged man with a cold face. His gaze was like a torch as he stared coldly at the direction in which Suyu and the others had left. "Humph! I have finally found you." As he spoke, the spiritual pressure of a fairy realm expert slowly spread out. In the Heavenly Law Alliance. When Suyu saw the Heavenly Law Alliance's enormous warship once again, he wasn't surprised anymore. After all, after witnessing the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion's majestic aura, the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship was somewhat lacking. Moreover, with Suyu's current eyesight, he could roughly determine that the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship was a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. When they reached the bottom of the warship, a guiding light beam descended, enveloped the three of them, and transported them into the warship. When they had just landed, Suyu felt a piercingly cold and solemn aura. When he opened his eyes, he saw that there were 2 rows of murderous guards around them, who were vigilantly staring at them. After ascertaining that it was a patrol team, they put away their weapons and continued to surround the transportation portal. This was to prevent enemies from using the transportation portal to enter the warship. "Please inform Alliance Master Long that the 10th Scouting Team has returned, and they have an important matter to report." Gang Daily instructed one of the guards, then said, "Black Snow. Oh, Suyu, I will bring you to see the Undead Phoenix Master. She is currently looking after my teacher and Lord Yi. Suyu had come for this, so he immediately nodded. Zi Yunxiang then said, "Then you can go first. I will go to see my father. If he knows that you are still alive, he will surely be very happy. We will meet again later," Suyu said, then quickly walked toward the Undead Phoenix Master's place with Gang Daily. Under Gang Daily's guidance, they went straight to the warship's highest level. This was the place where many elders lived, and it was heavily guarded. Gang Daily showed his identity 3 times, and they passed through 3 checkpoints before they reached the deepest part of the warship. The Heavenly Law Alliance often encounters otherworldly strong martial artists, and there are often casualties. Hence, the Undead Phoenix Master, who is skilled in healing elixirs, is very important. She is one of the most important targets of protection, and the guards around her are comparable to Alliance Master Long's. No one would dare to disturb her. Gang Daily explained as he walked. Suddenly, he raised his brows. "What are you doing here?" After they turned a corner, they discovered that a youth in a luxurious robe was peeking inside the Undead Phoenix Master's room through a crack in the door. Hearing Gang Daily's scolding, he did not show any fear. Instead, he frowned and turned his head. "There is no place in the Heavenly Law Alliance that I cannot go. I am asking you, why are you sneaking around here?" Gang Daily was clearly disgusted by this person. "Who asked you to be so nosy? That old man is about to die, yet he still dares to be so arrogant. You are lucky to be able to return alive this time." The youth in the luxurious robe grew impatient and stopped peeking. He let out a cold grunt and turned to leave with his hands clasped behind his back. He swaggered around, not paying any attention to the guards. Suyu was confused. "Brother Daily, who is this person? He seems to have an unusual identity." Gang Daily let out a disdainful laugh. "What identity? He is merely a spoiled brat who relies on his grandfather." "That's right. Misty mentioned him just now." It was him. Fu Songshan's grandson had failed to force Zi Yunxiang to marry him, and was now secretly making things difficult for her. "Then what is he peeking at here for?" Suyu was disgusted. He walked to the front of the Undead Phoenix Master's room and looked into the room from his previous angle. His expression turned cold. From his current angle, he could see the bed in the middle of the room. He could also see the unconscious Xia Jingyu on the bed. Gang Daily walked over and took a look. He instantly understood what the youth had been looking at. That bastard. He actually dared to lay his hands on an unconscious woman. Gang Daily was furious. Shameless rat. If my master were awake, would I still need to endure this? What is his name? Suyu retracted his cold gaze, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Gang Daily froze, hesitating. Fu Hongxue. Brother Su, do not do anything foolish. The Heavenly Law Alliance is the only safe haven on the continent. If you wish to continue staying here, you can only keep the peace. Do not cause trouble, especially that brat just now. He is a vicious and vengeful person. Suyu calmly nodded. Yes, I understand. Gang Daily did not notice the flash of murderous intent in Suyu's eyes. Pushing open the door, Suyu saw Xia Jingyu immediately. Her beautiful face was like the most beautiful scenery in the world, even when she was unconscious. At this moment, she was quietly lying on the bed, her brows furrowed. It was as if she was in deep sleep, her heart filled with worry. Jingyu, I am back. Suyu held her fingers. Their warmth passed through their fingertips and reached deep into their souls. Chapter 616. Their hearts had always been connected. Holding Xia Jingyu's hand, Suyu examined her injuries. The injuries to her bones and internal organs were gradually recovering, probably thanks to Undead Phoenix Master. Apart from that, Suyu did not find any other injuries. So why was Xia Jingyu still in a deep sleep? Who are you? The door was pushed open, and a gentle, middle-aged woman entered with a frown. Gang Daily hurried over from the side hall and said hurriedly, Elder, it is Black Snow Devil King. He is Black Snow Devil King, and also Suyu. Black Snow Devil King? You are Black Snow Devil King? Undead Phoenix Master was shocked. The Black Snow Devil King who had given Xiana a high-grade divine artifact, the one who had been blinded by the heavenly wrath? Wait, wasn't Suyu the traitor who was once wanted by the Empire of Darkness? He was actually Black Snow Devil King. After a while, Undead Phoenix Master finally accepted the truth. You hid it from me so well. So you are Xiana's fiancé. No wonder you are so protective of her. It is a pity that Xiana. Undead Phoenix Master was in a daze. Knowing that Xiana had not returned, she was in a bad mood. Suyu said, regarding Xiana, I will report to you later. May I ask, where did you go just now? Undead Phoenix Master said blankly, Fu Songshan asked me to go over to discuss the creation of healing elixirs. But when I went, he was in seclusion, so I rushed back. Hearing this, Gang Daily and Suyu's expressions turned cold. Elder, do you know what Brother Suyu and I saw when we arrived? Gang Daily said angrily, telling her everything he had seen. Hearing this, Undead Phoenix Master's face turned cold, and her whole body trembled with anger. That bastard! How dare he falsely pass on Fu Songshan's words and transfer me away, plotting against Lord Yi Yu. Just thinking about it made Undead Phoenix Master tremble with anger. If not for Suyu and Gang Daily's timely arrival, he might have succeeded and done something irreparable to the unconscious Xia Jingyu. It was laughable. Xia Jingyu had used her life to protect her chastity. She had not fallen into the hands of the cruel foreign clans, but she had almost been sullied by her own people. Such a ridiculous thing had actually happened in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Fu Songshan, what a grandson you are. I'll report this to Alliance leader long later. Let's see how you're going to face him then. Undead Phoenix Master was furious. Suyu's expression was calm. Thank you, Elder, but you need not interfere in this matter. The Heavenly Dao Union's situation is very complicated. Senior, you just have to protect yourself. I will settle the matter between me and Jingyu. Humph. As an elder of the Heavenly Law Alliance, how can I turn a blind eye to it? Don't worry, even if we can't deal with that brat, it will be good to embarrass Fu Songshan so that he can discipline his grandson. The Undead Phoenix Master had a straightforward personality and was quite similar to the Phoenix Cabinet's master. Suyu stopped trying to stop her and turned his attention to Xia Jingyu. After chatting for a while, the Undead Phoenix Master said, her injuries have actually recovered. However, for some reason, her consciousness still hasn't woken up. But don't worry, her consciousness is gradually becoming active, and she will wake up soon. You don't have to worry too much. Hearing this, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to her, Senior Ju is the real trouble. Undead Phoenix Master came to the side hall. Suyu followed her and saw Elder Ju lying on the bed. His face had turned yellow, and he looked like a withered tree leaf. The once playful Elder Ju was now just a weak old man who didn't have long to live. Gang Daily sat quietly in front of the bed. Even though he was trying his best to stay strong, he could still feel his sorrow. It was Elder Ju who didn't mind his strangeness and had brought him up. To him, Elder Ju was like a teacher and a father. Suyu raised his brows as he looked at Elder Ju. He could feel that there were still remnants of disastrous thunder in his body. His physical body had been destroyed to the extreme, and his consciousness had fallen into eternal torment due to the pain of his physical body. This was the reason why he had fallen into a coma. Elder, are there no suitable elixirs for him? Suyu asked. Master Undead Phoenix sighed. There are plenty of elixirs. At the end of the day, he's just physically injured. There are plenty of elixirs that can heal him. However, the problem is that the remaining tribulation lightning in his body is very troublesome. Any external objects that enter his body will be destroyed by the tribulation lightning first, and the elixirs won't be able to take effect. She then added, we have to get rid of the disastrous thunder first before we can heal him. However, the disastrous thunder is so terrifying that even a fairy like him can't withstand it, let alone others. If I hadn't insisted on bringing Senior Ju back, I'm afraid he would have been rejected outside the door. No one can handle the disastrous thunder in his body. Is that so? What Undead Phoenix Master wanted to say was that even if Elder Ju woke up, the second wave of the heavenly tribulation was coming. Even at his peak, Elder Ju couldn't withstand the disastrous thunder, let alone with his injured body. Slap. Gang Daily suddenly slapped himself in the face. 2 tears rolled down from his tiger-like eyes. I am useless. I followed my teacher's instructions and didn't find the lightning-based magical treasure. Otherwise, my teacher wouldn't have been injured by the disastrous thunder. Suyu felt uneasy. The lightning-based magical treasure had been obtained by Suyu in advance. However, even without Suyu, Gang Daily would have been stopped by Yang Yidao and wouldn't have been able to obtain it in the end. Why don't you let me try? Suyu suddenly said. Undead Phoenix Master asked curiously, you? What method do you have? Gang Daily wiped away his tears. Brother Su, if you can save this old thing, I, Gang Daily, will do anything for you. Suyu waved his hand. Don't say that. Only Undead Phoenix Master can save him. I'm just trying to find a way to get rid of the disastrous thunder in his body. Can you really do it? Undead Phoenix Master heard Suyu's confident tone and was shocked. Suyu smiled. If there are no accidents, there should be an 80% chance of success. However, due to some reasons, I can't be disturbed during this process. I hope you can help me guard the door temporarily and don't let anyone in. The Undead Phoenix Master and Gang Daily understood that Suyu was preparing to use some underhanded methods to send them away. All right. I'll leave the old man to you. I'll guard the door for you. Without another word, Gang Daily's footsteps became more energetic. The excitement in his heart could be vaguely seen. Undead Phoenix Master rolled her eyes. I haven't seen you for 2 years, and you've become so successful. You even want to hide it from me. However, she still left the room immediately. Everyone had their own secrets and didn't want outsiders to know about them. Suyu's actions were normal, and it had nothing to do with trust. Suyu touched his nose. He wouldn't mind them watching him use normal tricks, but there were some things that couldn't be exposed to the public. Suyu took out a palm-sized jade box with a flip of his palm, and a black hair that looked like a steel needle was lying quietly in it. The devil's hair can attract the disastrous thunder, but the demonic energy in it is very ferocious. Elder Ju is at his weakest right now. If the demonic energy enters his body, it will make things worse. Shaking his head, Suyu put it away. Then, he took out a 5-colored jade seal. It was the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. Looking at the evil energy seal, Suyu shook his head. It won't work. It's temporarily sealed, so it can't absorb the disastrous thunder. Finally, Suyu took out a 5-colored, beautiful, soft armor from the 9-jade spiritual pearl. I can only try using this. This was the thunder herb armor that Wu Aoyue had spent a lot of effort to weave. Suyu had thought that it wouldn't be put to use so soon. He didn't expect to use it now. Suyu put the armor on Elder Ju's chest. The 5-colored light of the thunder herb passed through Elder Ju's skin and entered his flesh. Every corner of his body was covered in the light. Wherever the five-colored light shone, the disastrous thunder seemed to have met its natural enemy. It was sucked away and absorbed into the thunder herb armor. Elder Ju's complexion gradually improved, and his pain lessened. After half a cup of tea's time, Suyu put away the thunder herb. He pinched it with his fingers, and a crackling sound came from the thunder herb. Suyu's fingers became numb, and he quickly moved it away. Hey! After the thunder herb absorbs the disastrous thunder, it seems like it can turn it into a part of itself. It can be used for defense. Suyu was surprised to find that the 80-year-old thunder herb had another function. Not only could it absorb the disastrous thunder, but it could also turn it into a part of its defense. Suyu hadn't seen this feature during the exchange festival. The fact that Elder Ju was injured to this extent showed how powerful the disastrous thunder was. Now that he had turned it into the thunder herb armor, it would be very useful. Suyu was very satisfied with such an unexpected gain. Elder Ju had done him a favor, and he wouldn't ask for anything in return to expel the thunderbolts. It was purely an accident that he had obtained such a benefit. Outside the door, Gang Daly was pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as if he had lost his soul. Elder, how much of the disastrous thunder do you think Suyu can expel from my master's body? Gang Daly scratched his cheeks. Seeing his anxious expression, the undead Phoenix Master was both annoyed and amused. You ask me? Who should I ask? Gang Daly was angry, but the anxiety in his eyes did not diminish. However, if he can expel 50% of the thunderbolts, I can ask Alliance Master Long to get the Void World Senior to help. Maybe the Void World Senior's corpse can expel the other 50%. The undead Phoenix Master said. I'm afraid that Suyu has underestimated the thunderbolts. With his abilities, it would be difficult for him to expel 10%. Forget it. If he can expel 30% of the thunderbolts, I will go all out and use the Calamity Passing Elixir that I have kept for many years to expel 20% of the thunderbolts. Finally, I will ask Alliance Master Long for help. The undead Phoenix Master clenched her teeth. She had actually given up on passing her own ordeal. 30%. Suyu only needed to expel 30% of the thunderbolts. Creak. When the door opened, Suyu looked relaxed. He did not look tired at all. Gang Daly's heart sank. Did he fail? Brother Su, did you manage to expel more than 50% of the thunderbolts? Gang Daly asked anxiously. Suyu was stunned. 50%. If he wanted to expel it, he must have done it completely. What does 50% mean? Seeing that Suyu was in a daze, Gang Daly's heart sank. So, less than 40%. What are you trying to say? Suyu was confused. He looked at Gang Daly and Cho Feng. Seeing his confused look, the undead Phoenix Master sighed in her heart. She asked, Suyu, just tell me directly. How much of the thunderbolts in Elder Ju's body did you expel? If you can expel more than 30% of them, I will have a way to expel the rest of Elder Ju's disastrous thunder. If not, Suyu finally understood. He asked in surprise, did I not make myself clear before I expelled them? Of course, I meant all of them. What do you mean by a few percent? All of a sudden, the undead Phoenix Master and Gang Daly looked as if they had seen a ghost. All of them. Expelled. Only half of the Void World Senior's body could be eliminated. How could Suyu eliminate them all by himself? Let me take a look. The undead Phoenix Master came back to her senses and hurried into the room. Gang Daly's heart was pounding as he followed her in. Before he reached Elder Ju's bed, he heard the undead Phoenix Master exclaim, My God! Where is the disastrous thunder? Suyu, where did the disastrous thunder go? Have you eaten it? Suyu could not help but roll his eyes at her. You are the disastrous thunder. There is no time to lose. Hurry up and let Elder Ju consume the elixir. His second heavenly tribulation is coming soon. Before that, he should nourish his body as much as possible, Suyu said. Suyu said. However, his last sentence stunned Gang Daly and the undead Phoenix Master. Although I can help him get through the heavenly tribulation, if his body is too weak and he is killed by the disastrous thunder, you will have to blame me for that. The two of them looked at Suyu as if they were looking at a monster, and they stared at him without blinking. "Brother Su, what did you say just now?" Gang Daily could not believe his ears. A half-fairy had said that he would help a fairy realm get through the heavenly tribulation. If Su Yu had said those words earlier, Gang Daily might have laughed out loud. What a joke! But now, he had to take it seriously. Judging from the way he had expelled the disastrous thunder, Su Yu might really have a trump card to deal with the terrifying heavenly tribulation. Su Yu blinked his eyes. Helping him get through the heavenly tribulation? After all, I owe Elder Ju a favor. As long as it is within my power, I should help him. As long as it is within my power. Su Yu's casual words showed his confidence and how easy it would be for him to capture the target. Lad, if you can really help me get through the heavenly tribulation, I will betroth Xian to you immediately. The undead Phoenix Master gasped. She realized that she could no longer see through the young man from the past. Su Yu was speechless. Xian was his fiancé. How could she betroth Xian to him? Elder, if you need any help with your breakthrough, just tell me, Su Yu said. The undead Phoenix Master was satisfied. She immediately took out a healing elixir and stuffed it into Elder Ju's mouth. Elder Ju's face was turning yellow at a visible speed. He was recovering rapidly. All right, I can finally start treating his injuries. Within 3 days, his injuries will more or less recover. The undead Phoenix Master clapped her hands and heaved a sigh of relief. Gang Daily was pleasantly surprised. He rushed over and gave Su Yu a bear hug. Brother Su, thank you, thank you. In the future, I will be your slave or your horse. You only need to say the word. Su Yu smiled. Gang Daily's character was indeed admirable. Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open. A guard came in to report, Captain Gang, please head to the main hall with this young man to report your situation. The undead Phoenix Master's expression changed. That's great. I also want to know how Fu Tsongshan is going to be humiliated. However, Su Yu extended his hand to stop her. He said thoughtfully, Elder, please do one more thing for me. Chapter 617. Over the years, whenever the Heavenly Law Union descended upon the mortal world, chaos would ensue. He wanted to protect the young experts of the human race and extend the vitality of the human race's future generations. He wanted to prevent the death of outstanding geniuses in this chaotic world, which would cause the loss of experts of the human race. The Heavenly Law Alliance upholds justice in the world and is the final fortress of the human race. Now that the alien races were invading and the continent was in chaos, only the Heavenly Law Alliance adhered to tradition and took in the young experts from all over the continent to avoid the chaos. A selfless act was admirable. The undead Phoenix Master, Zi Donglai, Lin Yunhe, and the others were willing to work for the Heavenly Law Alliance after retiring. To a large extent, it was because of the Heavenly Law Alliance's selflessness. Su Yu also deeply respected the Heavenly Law Alliance. Even though he had a brief conflict with the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, it did not affect his respect for the Heavenly Law Alliance. In this world, there were very few people who did not care about fame or profit, but only thought about the future of the continent. As strong as the Empire of Darkness was, and as weak as a single person, who had sacrificed themselves for the sake of the continent. Even after tens of thousands of years, their original intentions had not changed. Nothing could be more righteous than this. Brother Su, you don't need to be nervous. We are just reporting the situation of your predicament. You can just speak frankly. The Heavenly Law Alliance's elders are all kind, so they won't make things difficult for you. Seeing Su Yu's solemn expression, Gang Daily misunderstood that Su Yu was nervous. Su Yu replied with a smile. He had once fought against 3 fairies alone, yet he had not been nervous. So, now that he was facing a group of half-fairies, why would he be nervous? As they chatted, they arrived at the hall. The hall was located in the Heavenly Law Union's central region. It was the core of the Heavenly Law Union. The decorations were simple and not extravagant at all. It complemented the traditions of the Heavenly Law Alliance. At this moment, there were several elders in the hall. Master Blacksmith Lin Yunhe was looking at them with a smile. Beside him, Zi Donglai, who had been stripped of his position as an elder and had been reduced to an ordinary member, stood among the group of elders. He looked at Su Yu's figure with surprise and delight. However, he felt slightly awkward standing among the group of elders. Beside him was Zi Yunxiang, who had come to report on her mission. A pair of clear eyes were fixed on the silver-haired figure. No matter how many times she looked at him, that figure was still as dazzling and resplendent as his silver hair. Other than that, there were also a few elders whom he did not recognize. They came from the eastern, southern, and western continents. The elders of each continent kept a certain distance from each other. Lin Yunhe and Zi Donglai of the northern continent seemed especially weak and isolated. The undead Phoenix Master, Snow-Gazing Daoist, and the North Pole Sword Sage were not present. Yin Yu. I should call you Su Yu. Long time no see. Lin Yunhe waved his hand at him, his face filled with a gratified smile. Not only did you not die, but you also had other fortuitous encounters. I heard that you killed two crystals half-fairies by yourself. It's really unbelievable. Lin Yunhe had a deep impression of Su Yu. He knew that Su Yu had great talent in crafting weapons. However, it was a pity that Su Yu had focused on the martial path and rejected Lin Yunhe's offer to nurture him. Thank you for your concern, Master Lin. I just managed to escape from a great calamity, and I only managed to obtain a fortuitous encounter by luck. As for those two crystals half-fairy realm experts, I had to pay a great price to kill them, so they aren't worth mentioning at all, Su Yu said modestly. After hearing what was said, Zi Yunxiang tilted her head and looked at Su Yu with a smile that was not a smile. This guy still liked to hide his abilities. She clearly remembered that Su Yu had easily subdued two powerful two crystals half-fairy realm experts. Then, he had used some kind of strange technique to silently kill them. Even now, when he thought about it, he still felt horrified. Gang Daily grinned. Couldn't this guy be a little more honest? Su Yu. Zi Donglai's face was filled with gratification as he called out to Su Yu. In front of everyone's eyes, he bowed and said, I still haven't thanked you for saving my life. Also, I am indebted to you for taking care of my daughter when I was in trouble. Su Yu extended his hand and helped Zi Donglai up. He then smiled and said, Housemaster Zi, you don't have to be so polite. I am indebted to you for thinking highly of me in the past, so I should be the one thanking you. Zi Donglai was indebted to Su Yu, and he had wanted to pass on his legacy to him. However, he had been schemed against by Han Jianglin, and his Zi mansion had fallen into Han Jianglin's hands. In fact, he had even planned to betroth Zi Yunxiang to Su Yu. Now that they had met again, the past was like smoke, and 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Back then, I knew that you were an extraordinary person, and that you were definitely a dragon among men. Now, your cultivation is probably on par with the older generation, right? Zi Donglai could faintly feel the pressure emanating from Su Yu, and his heart was filled with regret. If he had been more decisive in the past, Xiong'er would have had a good husband. Moreover, he glanced at Zi Yunxiang out of the corner of his eye. How could such a gaze escape her father's notice? Oh, you are Su Yu, the #1 genius of the northern continent. I have heard of your name before. A kind old man from the southern continent wore a surprised expression. I had thought that you had already died. I never expected that you would cultivate to such a level. It is truly surprising. Su Yu did not know this person, but he did not act impolitely. He cupped his fists and said, Elder, you are flattering me. Old Chen, you are indeed flattering me. The northern continent is the weakest among the 5 great continents. The so-called #1 genius is nothing more than this. There is a great disparity between him and the 4 great ancient clans and the 7 lords of darkness. Moreover, our Long Wuxin cannot be mentioned in the same breath. His reputation back then was somewhat exaggerated. A red-faced old man from the western continent stroked his beard as he spoke. Hearing this, Su Yu was not angered. He smiled and bowed. Elder, you are right. Even though you are young, you are quite shrewd. You did not get angry. Not bad. It was unknown whether the red-faced old man was praising or criticizing him. The white-faced old Chen tried to smooth things over for Su Yu. Old Zhong, your words are a bit too much. The northern continent lacks natural resources, and it is really unfair to compare it to the other 4 continents. Since he was able to become the #1 genius of the northern continent, his potential is naturally not low. I am just speaking the truth, and I do not have any ill intentions. The red-faced old Zhong spoke calmly. Black Snow Devil King, who appeared out of nowhere, chased us for 1,000,000 miles and overturned the Northern Continent's alliance. TSK, even among the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders, he was an outstanding youth who received much attention. At that time, many of the old men felt that it would be more appropriate to call him the #1 genius of the Northern Continent. As he spoke, he looked at Su Yu with a faint smile. I am a straightforward person, and I do not have any ill intentions. If you listen to me, it will be a punishment for you. But, if you don't, then just pretend that I never said anything. Old Chen opened his mouth, but he was unable to retort. Anyone could see that old Zhong was trying to belittle Su Yu, but he was using his status as an elder to lecture him. This was why no one could find an excuse to get angry at him. Moreover, the Black Snow Devil King's reputation had shaken the whole continent, and Su Yu's title of the Northern Continent's #1 genius was indeed quite embarrassing. Su Yu's expression was calm. I understand. Many thanks for your teachings, Elder. He was not angry at all, and he just stood among the crowd expressionlessly. It's good that you understand. Although you are far from being on par with the Black Snow Devil King, if you properly encourage yourself, you might be able to surpass him one day. I only spoke because I saw that you have great potential. Now, I will just say this much, so you better behave yourself. Old Zhong flicked his sleeves, as if he was a great expert. Su Yu agreed, but did not refute him. After all, he had seen many things, and he was too lazy to deal with such tricks. Hehe, Elder Zhong, even if Su Yu doesn't bother with you, I won't be so good-tempered. Gang Daily was infuriated when he saw that Su Yu was like a taciturn gourd. Old Zhong said calmly, Elder Ju's brilliant disciple is so impudent. Gang Daily laughed coldly. Come on, why are you pretending to be a great expert? We all know why you are targeting Su Yu. Not only did you steal Housemaster Z's position, but you are also targeting Housemaster Z and trying to drive him away. You know that Su Yu and Housemaster Z have a good relationship, so you can't help but find fault with him? You are so sanctimonious. If my master was here, would he still tolerate you? Old Zhong frowned slightly. You are going too far. There are many elders here, so you should watch your words. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you how to conduct yourself on behalf of Elder Ju. How arrogant. He actually dared to teach Elder Ju's disciple how to conduct himself. If Elder Ju was safe and sound, no one would dare to say anything. But now, not only was he unconscious, but he was also about to die. What was there to be afraid of? Humph. You can be proud of yourself. Gang Daily snorted and said, also, I don't mind teaching Senior Zhong how to conduct himself. I will teach you not to look down on others. Gang Daily laughed mockingly. Do you know who is the Black Snow Devil King that you said Su Yu is far inferior to? Old Zhong replied calmly, does it have anything to do with me? Humph. Of course it has something to do with you. This is because the Black Snow Devil King is Su Yu, who was belittled by you. Su Yu is the Black Snow Devil King, and the Black Snow Devil King is Su Yu. He has changed his appearance and assumed the identity of the Black Snow Devil King, so the two of them are the same person. What a joke. You look down on others and think that you are a great expert, but you don't know that the person standing in front of you is the Black Snow Devil King himself. What? His words shocked everyone present. How is this possible? The Black Snow Devil King is actually Su Yu. Speaking of which, the Black Snow Devil King suddenly appeared in the northern continent after Su Yu disappeared. Could it be? For a moment, everyone was discussing the matter, and the quiet hall became extremely lively. Zi Yunxiang and Lin Yunhe looked at old Zhong, who had a stiff expression on his face. They smiled, but did not speak. They had naturally heard the truth from Zi Yunxiang. This old man likes to put on an act in front of others, but now he has kicked an iron plate and embarrassed himself. Lin Yunhe chuckled. He felt that it was unfair for his good friend, Zi Donglai. Zi Donglai smiled calmly. Zi Yunxiang, who was at the side, also felt proud of herself when she saw the elder's shock. Regardless of whether it was Su Yu, Yin Yu, or the Black Snow Devil King, all of his identities were dazzling. Old Zhong's expression stiffened, and he felt a little embarrassed. He then said in a low voice, "Su Yu, since you are the Black Snow Devil King, why did you lie to us?" What he was most angry about was that Su Yu had not said anything and had not revealed his identity, which had put him in an awkward position. Su Yu raised his head and calmly said, "I didn't lie to you. I just felt that there was no need to mention it. Since Elder Zhong likes to teach people a lesson, it's fine as long as you are happy. Why expose me?" Chapter 6:18. You. Old Zhong's face turned even redder from anger. However, he had no excuse to reprimand Su Yu. Su Yu had not been disrespectful at all, so how could he reprimand him? He could only swallow this grievance into his stomach. "All of you. All right, I'll remember this." Old Zhong waved his sleeves and left in a sorry state. Gang Daily did not let him off. "Hihi, Elder Zhong, you're so old, yet you're still so shrewd. You can't even handle such a small grievance." Old Zhong's face turned red with hatred. The crowd was in an uproar. 2 rows of guards entered the hall and stood on both sides, respectfully welcoming the arrival of an important person. The guards of honor were neat and mighty, with an extraordinary aura. The only person who could enjoy such treatment was the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, Long Jueshin. A middle-aged man with an imposing appearance stepped into the passageway to welcome them respectfully. His footsteps were like the wind, and his aura was extraordinary. He gave off a faint pressure. The elders on both sides were filled with respect. Compared to the first time they had met, Long Jueshin's aura was slightly unstable, which was a sign that he was injured. At the same time, he looked haggard and dispirited, as if he was not in good spirits. In just 3 years, he seemed to have aged 10 years. "Everyone, let's get down to business," Long Jueshin said with a bleak expression. The elders stood on both sides and waited quietly. "Daily, Yunxiang, tell me about your encounters with the enemies," Long Jueshin said slowly as he looked at Su Yu. Gang Daily's expression became serious as he described the encounters with the two crystals half-fairies. After listening to him, Long Jueshin asked in a deep voice, "Everyone, what do you think?" It was obvious that his tone was very heavy. "Alliance Master, the area that the otherworldly invaders are patrolling has expanded again. A month ago, they had not even patrolled this area," Old Chen said with a serious expression. "I agree. They are starting to expand their territory from the big factions to the surrounding small factions," another elder said worriedly. "In the past 2 years, they have only occupied the major factions. They have not set foot in the surrounding small factions or the barren lands. This is because the major factions like the Phoenix Cabinet are still resisting. Now, it seems that they have already gained a firm foothold and have completely suppressed the major factions. They have started to occupy every corner of the Zhonlong continent. For the past 2 years, the Heavenly Law Alliance's warships had been wandering around desolate lands. Now that the otherworld invaders had completely occupied the area, their range of activity was gradually shrinking. We can hide for now, but we can't hide forever." Old Chen added, "However, Senior Ju is heavily injured, and we don't have the strength to launch a counterattack by relying on the First World Senior." The situation was getting grim. The crowd was silent. The days from now on would only get more and more difficult. "We'll talk about this later. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave this place as soon as possible." Long Jueshin took out a red ball from his bosom. It was about the size of a head, and it shone brilliantly like a crystal. The heart of the Heavenly Law is the core magical treasure that controls the battleship. It has always been controlled by the Alliance Master, Gang Daily explained to Su Yu in a low voice. Su Yu observed silently. After imbuing it with spiritual energy, the heart of the Heavenly Law emitted formless waves and activated some of the functions of the battleship. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the battleship trembled, it started moving slowly and flew away. Only then did the crowd relax slightly. "Now, let's discuss another matter." Long Jueshin's sharp gaze locked onto Su Yu. "You saved the 2 of them, and in the process, you killed 2 crystals half-fairies. Is this true?" Su Yu nodded calmly. "Yes, it was due to luck." Long Jueshin shook his head slightly. A 2 crystals half-fairy killing 2 people at the same level. No matter how you look at it, it can't be explained by luck. As a 3 crystals half-fairy, Long Juexin could naturally see through Su Yu's cultivation. Hearing this, the elders were all startled. What? This lad is also a 2 crystals half-fairy? Old Chen was also startled. He couldn't see through Su Yu's cultivation, so he assumed that Su Yu had used some kind of concealment method. He was more inclined to believe that Su Yu had used some kind of technique or treasure to instantly kill 2 people at the same level. When he heard that Su Yu was actually a 2 crystals half-fairy, he was extremely shocked. Another top-notch genius like Gang Daily. Many elders exclaimed inwardly. Every generation has its own geniuses. We are all getting old. One of the elders sighed. They had only managed to become 2 crystals half-fairies in 100 years, yet this group of talented youths had easily reached their level. It's just that I had a fortuitous encounter in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. It's not a big deal. It wasn't that Su Yu was being modest, but that the Zhenlong continent's environment couldn't compare to the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Long Juexin's gaze became slightly sad. He then asked, Su Yu, are you willing to stay in the Heavenly Law Alliance? Hearing this, Gang Daily was overjoyed, and he secretly signaled Su Yu with his eyes. The Zhenlong continent was in a state of turmoil. Now that otherworldly invaders had appeared even in a remote place, there was no safe place left. Who didn't want to join the Heavenly Law Alliance to avoid this calamity? Joining the Heavenly Law Alliance doesn't restrict you to your personal status. If you feel that you can survive alone, you can leave at any time, Long Juexin added. Su Yu thought for a moment, then agreed. Okay, I can. Hearing this, Zi Donglai, Lin Yunhe, and the others smiled. Zi Yunxiang was even more overjoyed. He, I can always look for you to spar with in the future. There are many training grounds in the battleship. Gang Daily hammered Su Yu's chest. He was happy for him. The older generation, such as Elder Chen, were also happy to see this. Congratulations, Alliance Master. You will be sheltering another outstanding talent. Long Juexin relaxed. If that's the case, Su Yu, follow the guards down. We'll carry out the routine inspection. What inspection? Swoosh. 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts walked in from outside the door. Behind them, there was a corpse dressed in black clothes. It was the corpse of the First World Senior. Lin Yunhe and Zi Donglai's expressions immediately changed. Gang Daily's smile stiffened. Alliance Master, it's just a routine inspection. Why would you use the First World Senior's corpse? Lin Yunhe could sense that something was amiss. Zi Donglai furrowed his brows. Alliance Master, the inspection is just to check if the person you are taking in has colluded with the otherworldly invaders. It's enough to verify his innocence. But, why would you use 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts and the First World Senior? Alliance Master, what is the meaning of this? Long Juexin waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. Su Yu's fighting prowess is astonishing. For safety's sake, it's better to have another layer of protection. Su Yu squinted his eyes. Is he doubting my motives for coming to the Heavenly Law Alliance? Alliance Master, please. Lin Yunhe wanted to say more. Slap. Long Juexin flew into a rage and slammed his palm on the table. His expression was gloomy. Am I the Alliance Master? Or are you? It's not up to you to tell me what to do, Su Yu. Since you have entered the Heavenly Law Alliance, you will be bound by the Heavenly Law Alliance's rules. Now that we are going to inspect your identity, you must cooperate. Long Juexin's expression was stern. Someone, capture Su Yu first. The first half of his sentence was to appease Su Yu, but the second half was completely different. He wanted to capture Su Yu in front of everyone. What happened? It's just an identity inspection. Why do you want to capture him alive? Zi Donglai finally felt that something was amiss. Long Juexin wasn't taking Su Yu in. He was obviously trying to capture Su Yu. At that moment, a cold snort came from outside the hall. Why do you want to capture him alive? Do you even need to ask? The answer is obvious. They are all 2 crystals half-fairies, Yet he was able to easily kill 2 half-fairies and save 2 of the Heavenly Law Alliance's geniuses. Don't you think that his identity is very suspicious? A young man in luxurious clothes walked into the hall under the protection of Elder Zhong and another 2 crystals half-fairy realm guard. Fu Hongxue? Gang Daily glared at him angrily. Is it you, bastard? Fine, I will capture you first. Then, I will ask you about the stupid things you have done in the past. Swoosh. Gang Daily took a look at the gap in the defense, then slid his shoulder and dashed forward like a ghost. Elder Zhong and the other old man only had the time to let out a roar and hurriedly stepped forward to protect him. However, Gang Daily's lips curled up, and an inhuman aura erupted from his body. His speed then increased by 3 times. As his figure flickered, Gang Daily closed in on Fu Hongxue. Humph. Seeing that he had successfully captured Fu Hongxue, Gang Daily suddenly heard a cold snort. Gang Daily's body shook, as if he had been struck by lightning. At the same time, his chest was hit by a palm. With a pathetic groan, Gang Daily was sent flying back like a cannonball. His feet left a deep mark on the ground before he managed to stop himself. When he looked over, he saw that the person who had attacked him was Long Juexin. Do you still respect me as the Alliance Master? Long Juexin said coldly as he stood in front of Fu Hongxue. Gang Daily suppressed his anger and said, but he almost tainted Lord Yi Yu. Shut up. Your words cannot be trusted for now. Long Juexin shouted coldly. What are you waiting for? Capture Su Yu, Gang Daily, and Zi Yunxiang. I suspect that the 3 of them have already colluded with the otherworldly invaders. Su Yu had strangely killed 2 people at the same level as him, and Gang Daily and Zi Yunxiang, who had come with him, were suspected of being bribed. Hearing this, Gang Daily laughed angrily. You old fool. You can't tell right from wrong. He was furious, especially when he saw Fu Hongxue, who was laughing coldly behind Long Juexin. Daily, there is no need to say anything. He is just seeking revenge on me. Su Yu extended his hand to stop the furious Gang Daily. His son, Long Aojue, had gone missing, and Long Juexin was still holding a grudge against the Black Snow Devil King. Seeking revenge? I am just thinking of the warship's safety. Long Juexin said calmly. Do it. Wait, Alliance Master. Zi Donglai's expression changed. His daughter had become a suspect, and her fate was to be imprisoned. Without his protection, Fu Hongxue, who was daring and cunning, might take the opportunity to lay his hands on Xiong'er and taint her innocence. If my daughter is a suspect, then am I a suspect as well? Zi Donglai asked angrily. He had risked his life for the Heavenly Law Alliance and was once an elder. His loyalty was impeccable. However, he did not expect Long Juexin to say coldly, you are right. Everyone involved is a suspect. Do it now. Su Yu, Gang Daily, Zi Yunxiang, Zi Donglai, and Lin Yunhe, capture them all alive. If anyone dares to resist, kill them all. Long Juexin ordered coldly. Even Lin Yunhe had been implicated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a large number of half-fairies swarmed into the hall. There were more than 10 of them. Chapter 619. Wait, Alliance Master. Old Chen and the other elders were shocked. How could you believe Fu Hongxue's words and arrest Zi Donglai, Master Lin, and the other elders? The 2 of them joined the Heavenly Law Alliance before the otherworldly realm invaded, and their performance in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds is still fresh in their minds. How could they be spies from the otherworldly realm? Alliance Master, please reconsider. Such a hasty decision will surely disappoint the other elders. That's right, Alliance Master. Gang Daily is Elder Ju's disciple, so I find it hard to believe that he is colluding with the otherworldly realm. Just as Gang Daily had said, the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders were all righteous, so they all pleaded for Long Juexin. However, Long Juexin was determined to go his own way. He coldly said, I have already made up my mind. This is a moment of life and death for the Heavenly Law Alliance, so we cannot afford to make any mistakes. Anyone who is suspicious must be investigated thoroughly. If they are proven innocent, we will naturally release them. But this is too rash. Alliance Master, please. Old Chen was somewhat stubborn. Long Juexin's expression turned cold. Old Chen, you have repeatedly tried to stop me. Are you related to them? If that is the case, I will have to arrest you as well. What? Even Old Chen is going to be arrested? Who would dare to say anything in such a situation? They could not understand why Long Juexin was acting so rashly. Could it be that he had lost his son and daughter consecutively? Ever since he had learned that Long Wuxin had died in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, Long Juexin had been in low spirits. Now that he was infuriated, it was very likely that he had lost his mind and become a lunatic. Just thinking about it made the other elders' hearts tremble. The Heavenly Law Alliance was in grave danger if a lunatic became the Alliance Master. Arrest him. Long Juexin coldly snorted. Swoosh. The dozen two crystals half-fairies could be considered the Heavenly Law Alliance's mainstays. Apart from the elders, they were the strongest guards of the Heavenly Law Alliance. How dare you? Gang Daily shouted. Old man, you are Muddlehead. Are you trying to destroy the Heavenly Law Alliance? Zi Donglai and Lin Yunhe could not help but feel disappointed. They looked at each other and realized that Long Juexin was acting strangely. They had been inspired by the Heavenly Law Alliance to help the human race, and they had come because of its reputation. They had also gotten to know people like Old Chen, who had a fair heart. However, in the face of chaos, the Heavenly Law Alliance had gradually changed. First, there was Fu Tsongshan, who fought for fame and power in the dark. He used all sorts of methods to suppress Zi Donglai. The current alliance leader was obstinate and arbitrary, causing the elders in the alliance to be bitterly disappointed. The Heavenly Law Alliance was no longer the same as it had been in the past. If you dare to resist, you will be punished even more. Long Juexin coldly snorted. When Gang Daily saw the two crystals half-fairy realm experts swarming toward him, he became anxious. Among them, only he and Su Yu had reached the two crystals half-fairy realm. Even though Su Yu was still holding back, he was still outnumbered. Moreover, if it was just the two of them, it wouldn't have been a big deal. However, there were still Zi Yunxiang, Zi Donglai, and Lin Yunhe. They weren't a two crystals half-fairy realm experts match, and they might not be able to protect the three of them in time in such a chaotic battle. Su Yu, what should we do? At such a critical moment, Gang Daily asked Su Yu. He had an inexplicable trust in Su Yu. As he looked around, Su Yu's expression was calm and unruffled. Surrender, Su Yu said calmly. Surrender. Gang Daily couldn't believe his own ears. The Black Snow Devil King he knew was arrogant and unruly, yet he had unexpectedly chosen to surrender. As he looked at Zi Yunxiang and the other two out of the corner of his eye, Gang Daily chuckled bitterly. Su Yu was probably afraid that the three of them would be injured. Without any resistance, Su Yu and the other four were easily captured. Then, they were all shackled, which were made of special materials. Hee, fairy binding shackles. Master Lin, I bet you didn't expect that you would one day be bound by a magical treasure that you made yourself. Fu Hongxue chuckled. Many of the Heavenly Law Alliance's magical artifacts had been created by Lin Yunhe, and the fairy binding shackles that were binding them were one of his masterpieces. They were made of special steel, and even a three crystals peak expert wouldn't be able to break free from them. As they were bound, they had no chance of escaping. Lin Yunhe didn't even look at Fu Hongxue. He just looked at Long Juexin and said, Alliance Master Long, I hope that you will wake up soon. The Heavenly Law Alliance is now filled with vile people, and I hope that I will be the last one to be wronged. Even in his current state, Lin Yunhe's heart still belonged to the Heavenly Law Alliance. You don't need to say anything more. Take them away. Long Juexin waved his sleeves, and the guards took them away. The hall became silent. Sigh. The Heavenly Law Alliance isn't what it used to be. Old Chen sighed helplessly. Everyone's emotions were also complicated. Long Juexin's personality had changed greatly, and the Heavenly Law Alliance was now in a precarious situation. Such a scene didn't just affect Su Yu and the other four, but also the hearts of the Heavenly Law Alliance's people. In the dungeon. The Heavenly Law Alliance's dungeon was made of steel, which was the same material as the shackles on their hands. Unless one had the fighting power of a fairy, it would be impossible to break the shackles and escape. Since ancient times, No matter how powerful the Heavenly Law Alliance's captives were, no one had ever been able to break the shackles and escape. Father, how will we be dealt with? Zi Yunxiang leaned against Zi Donglai. Her eyes were filled with worry and helplessness. Zi Donglai furrowed his brows. His eyes were filled with worry, but he still patted her shoulder and comforted her. Xiong don't worry. I believe that Su Yu wouldn't collude with the otherworldly invaders. Sooner or later, we will be proven innocent. Zi Yunxiang smiled bitterly and said, Father, are you still trying to comfort me? Given the current situation, it doesn't matter whether we are innocent or not. In order to appease Fu Songshan and the other factions, even if we are innocent, Long Juexin will use other methods to punish us. Even though she was inexperienced, it didn't mean that she couldn't see through the current situation. Fu Songshan's power had increased greatly, and his faction was gradually expanding. Long Juexin, who was once the #1 expert, was heavily injured and had yet to fully recover. Moreover, Fu Songshan didn't get along well with the people from the northern continent, so it wasn't a coincidence that Zi Donglai had been removed from his position as an elder. Now that Fu Songshan was secretly pressuring them, Long Juexin would probably sacrifice them in order to temporarily appease him. So, you already understand that I was useless and didn't protect you well. Zi Donglai's face was filled with bitterness. Zi Yunxiang shook her head. No, father, you raised me up. It's all because of you that I am who I am today. How can you say that you didn't protect me well? It's all because of the evil people. Zi Donglai sighed softly, his eyes filled with worry. Gang Daily was furious. A bunch of filthy rats. When my old man wakes up, I will definitely wipe out all of them. The last fortress of the human race has been tarnished by these B*****. Lin Yunhe sighed. Daily, don't be impatient. This matter hasn't developed to the last step. It's too late to make a decision next time. I believe that Alliance Master Long will handle this matter impartially. He then added, although he has his own selfish motives and was biased towards his son and daughter, his heart is still on the side of the Heavenly Law Alliance and the people of the Zhenlong continent. Perhaps the pain of losing his son and daughter caused his emotions to become unstable, causing him to do such a reckless thing. Perhaps he will understand after he calms down. Zi Donglai chuckled. Thank you for your kind words, Master Lin. Our fate will depend on how Alliance Master Long decides. If he can handle this matter impartially, I, Zi Donglai, will definitely sacrifice my life for the Heavenly Law Alliance and the human race's younger generation. But, if he really wants us to sacrifice ourselves to stabilize Fu Songshan, I will accept it. I'm just worried about Xiong fate after I die. That bastard will definitely not let this matter rest, and he will definitely do some outrageous things to Xiong. Zi Donglai was most worried about his only daughter, Zi Yunxiang. Father, don't say that. Zi Yunxiang's eyes were slightly red, and she felt like she was about to cry. Both father and daughter had depended on each other for many years, and their love for each other was very deep. Zi Donglai sighed softly, feeling guilty. He couldn't help but look at Su Yu, who was sitting cross-legged. Ever since he had come in, Su Yu had been quietly sitting in a corner, not uttering a single word. As Zi Donglai looked at the tall, thin, yet dazzling figure, which was filled with potential, he couldn't get rid of the regret in his heart. Su Yu, aren't you worried? Zi Donglai hesitantly asked after thinking for a while. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. What will come sooner or later. What is there to worry about? He was waiting for an opportunity. How could mere shackles and cages trap him? If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. However, he wasn't the only one who wanted to escape. There were a few people who wanted to escape. He needed to think of a long-term plan to ensure that they could leave safely. That's true. With such an attitude, it's not surprising that he could achieve what he has today. Zi Donglai wanted to say something, but hesitated. After a while, he said, Su Yu, Qinxiana is your fiancée. She hasn't returned yet, so I hope that you won't be too sad. Everyone in the continent knew that Qinxiana was Su Yu's fiancée. Su Yu had used his identity as Yin Yu's deputy palace master to barge into the Phoenix cabinet to look for Qinxiana. Who didn't know about such an impressive feat? The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion had opened, and Qinxiana hadn't returned. Her fate had been sealed. Suyu was startled. Qinxiana was still cultivating in the 9-jade spiritual pearl, and she had reached the final stage. Hence, Suyu didn't disturb her. Hearing this, he felt embarrassed. It's all right. Actually, Xiana, you don't have to say it. I know that you are sad, but life moves on. Lingering on the past will only do you harm. Have you ever thought of marrying another virtuous wife? Zi Donglai finally revealed his motive, sighing. I shouldn't have said such a thing, but I can only say it when you are in dire straits. Hey! Gang Daily's brows twitched. He looked at Zi Yunxiang, then smiled knowingly. Hee. Lin Yunhe chuckled, a meaningful look on his face. Zi Yunxiang seemed to know what her father wanted to say. Her face turned red, and she grabbed her father's sleeves, pulling on them with all her might. Her eyes were misty, and it was unknown whether she was crying from anxiety or embarrassment. Zi Donglai acted as if no one else was around, continuing, when you were at your peak, I knew that Xiana was no longer worthy of you. Now that you are in jail, I can say this. Suyu, let me ask you again. Are you willing to marry my daughter? Zi Donglai spoke his mind. I know that you and Daily did not resist because you were afraid of the three of us. I also know that you could easily escape. Hearing this, the few of them were shocked. Suyu could easily escape from the jail? Chapter 620. However, my only worry is that after Xiong'er leaves, she will have no one to rely on. The continent will be in chaos, and the invaders from the otherworldly realm will be savage and fierce. I'm worried that Xiong'er will be bullied and humiliated, so I hope that you can marry her and take good care of her as your husband. Suyu was silent for a while, raising his head to look at Zi Yunxiang. Sensing Suyu's gaze, Zi Yunxiang lowered her head. She was so nervous that her blood rushed to her head. Her whole body stiffened at once, and she could not even breathe smoothly. She even felt the world spinning around her, her vision turning black. Her delicate skin was as red as the setting sun, reflecting an intoxicating glow. Coupled with her natural temperament, it was even more irresistible. It was undeniable that Zi Yunxiang was a woman of the highest quality in both appearance and temperament. She was hard to find in this world. As a man, if he wasn't moved, he would be lying to himself. However, it was impossible for Suyu to accept it. After all, he couldn't let Xiana down, as he still had Xia Jingyu's deep feelings for him. Seeing that Suyu was silent, Zi Donglai continued, Suyu, Qinxiana has already left. You should also find a place for yourself. Gritting his teeth, Zi Donglai looked at Zi Yunxiang apologetically. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if you still love another woman and cannot marry Xiong'er, then I can even be a concubine. I only hope that you can fulfill your duty as a husband to take care of her and protect her. As a father, if there was the slightest possibility, how could he allow his daughter to become someone else's concubine? However, he had no other choice. He could only entrust Zi Yunxiang to Suyu. Who wouldn't want to take Zi Yunxiang as his wife and protect her for the rest of their lives? Being reduced to a concubine was truly a waste of God's gifts, causing one to sigh with regret. Suyu sighed inwardly. Qinxiana and Xia Jingyu were two women, and it was already difficult for Suyu to choose between them. Uncle, Suyu said. Seeing that Suyu had something that he could not say, Zi Donglai seemed to understand Suyu's worries. He tilted his head and said, Xiong'er, you should also say something. If you can only become Suyu's concubine in the future, are you willing? When Zi Yunxiang heard the word concubine, her nervousness instantly turned into misery. As a concubine, she would have to serve her husband with someone else. This was probably a future that Zi Yunxiang had never imagined. It had nothing to do with love or love. It was only about the most basic human dignity. Moreover, Suyu's heart belonged to someone else, Qinxiana, and the person he loved wasn't her. However, for some strange reason, although Zi Yunxiang was extremely unwilling in her heart, she was unable to open her mouth to refuse. There seemed to be some kind of invisible magic that made it hard for her to refuse. She raised her eyes slightly. Through her misty eyes, that silver-haired figure was as dazzling as the blazing sun, making it difficult for her to see the same dazzling brilliance. Apart from Su Yu, it would be difficult to find another man in the world who was as dazzling as him and had left a deep impression on her. Yes. She called out softly and lowered her head once more. The humiliation she had imagined wasn't as intense as she had imagined, it was just grievance and a trace of unwillingness. Deep down in her heart, she was still willing. Even if she just looked at Su Yu quietly, she would still be satisfied. Was he even willing to be a concubine? Gang Daily revealed a look of understanding. It looked like Zi Yunxiang had feelings for Su Yu. Otherwise, why would such an exceptional woman be willing to be his concubine? Su Yu, do you still need to think about it? Zi Donglai heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved that his daughter was willing to compromise. Su Yu's heart trembled slightly as he looked at Zi Yunxiang. He couldn't imagine that a woman would agree to be his concubine. Su Yu found it hard to reject such a gesture of friendship for a moment. After calming down for a moment, Qin Xiana and Xia Jingyu's figures flashed in his mind again. Su Yu sighed. He could only apologize to Zi Yunxiang. Humph. Bitch. Right at that moment, a cold snort came from outside the cage. Under the protection of old Zhong and another old man, Fu Hongshua's face was gloomy and filled with anger. He stared at Zi Yunxiang angrily and said, "You'd rather be this lad's concubine than marry me." Fu Hongxue was extremely angry. He had specially come to Zi Donglai to propose marriage, but he had been rejected by both father and daughter. No matter how much he tried to please Zi Donglai was indifferent. Zi Yunxiang didn't even give him a good look. Instead, she hated him. What kind of status did he have? He was Fu Tsongshan's grandson, and his status in the Heavenly Law Alliance was extraordinary. Even the elders had to give him some face. However, Zi Yunxiang didn't want to be his wife. Instead, she wanted to be the concubine of a lad who couldn't even protect himself. Zi Yunxiang's face turned red. "You were eavesdropping on us. Shameless. In terms of shamelessness, you are willing to be a lowly woman. How can I compare to you?" Fu Hongxue rebuked her angrily. Zi Yunxiang was so angry that her whole body trembled. "Yes, so what if I am willing to be a lowly woman? I will marry anyone but a shameless scoundrel like you." Fu Hongxue's eyes turned cold. "Fine. I came here to ask you one last time about your feelings. Since you have said so, my patience has run out. Even if I can't win your heart, can't I win your body? Old Zhong, drag her out." Old Zhong smiled. "Yes, young master. How dare you?" Zi Donglai was furious. He stood up abruptly and stood in front of Zi Yunxiang. Even Lin Yunhe, who had an extraordinary temperament, couldn't help but scold him angrily. "Junior, that's enough." Gang Daily was even more furious. "You bastard, hiding behind your elders and scheming. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square." Faced with their anger, Fu Hongxue stared at Gang Daily and laughed coldly. "What a brainless fool. Apart from shouting, what else can you do? You are just a prisoner. What right do you have to fight me?" Creak. Old Zhong opened the prison door and laughed coldly. "Housemaster Zi, I'm sorry. Young master has given me an order. This is not what I wanted." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Zi Yunxiang. Zi Donglai tried his best to stop him. However, he was restrained and was no match for Fu Hongxue. He was easily pushed away by old Zhong. Su Yu sighed in his heart. The time had not come yet. It seemed like he could only give up on his plan. Slowly standing up, Su Yu exerted strength in his 5 fingers and was about to break the chains. "Stop." However, at that moment, a deep voice came from outside the prison. Surrounded by 2 rows of guards, Long Juexin descended into the prison. His cold eyes surveyed the surroundings as he coldly scolded, "What are you doing?" Old Zhong's eyelids twitched. He immediately stopped and rushed out of the cage. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Alliance Head. We learned that they were secretly discussing an escape plan, so we came to question them. Alliance Head, please investigate." Alliance Master Long, I, Fu Hongxue, can testify that everything we have said is true, Fu Hongxue said. Long Juexin's cold expression softened a little. "All right, I understand. You can leave now. I will start interrogating them. It is not appropriate for unrelated people to be here. Fu Hongxue smiled. Yes, Alliance Master. As he spoke, he left the prison along with the two elders. When they reached the outside world, Fu Hongxue's expression became gloomy. This insensible trash. He really came at the wrong time. No matter how arrogant he was, he still had to restrain himself in front of Long Juexin. With a cold look on his face, Fu Hongxue looked back at the prison before he turned around and left. In the prison, Long Juexin stood outside the prison with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the five of them indifferently. Alliance Master, Fu Hongxue is a scoundrel. I hope that you can expel him as soon as possible. He will definitely cause trouble in the future. Lin Yunhe was still angry. Long Juexin looked at Zi Yunxiang, who was crying emotionally. He said calmly, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Take them away. Long Juexin waved his hand. 2 rows of guards entered the prison and grabbed Su Yu and the others. Zi Donglai was surprised. What are you doing? Long Juexin said calmly, you have colluded with outsiders from the other world. This is a serious matter. How can you be interrogated in such a place? In other words, he wanted to bring them to a safe place for interrogation. A bad feeling arose in everyone's heart. Under the escort of 2 rows of guards, they were brought to the bottom of the battleship. There were very few people along the way. Even if there were, they would be chased away by the guards who had gone to scout the way. Hence, they did not meet a single person along the way. Alliance Master, where are you taking us? The bottom of the battleship is an uninhabited area. It is not a suitable place for interrogation. Zi Donglai's eyes slowly narrowed. Long Juexin coldly snorted. You will know when we get there. The bad feeling in everyone's heart became stronger and stronger. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the battleship. This place was overgrown with weeds. It was a large piece of barren land that no one lived in. They could faintly see a scorched ruin buried in this uninhabited world of weeds. This place had once been the site of a great battle where outsiders had invaded. The battleship's bottom had been blasted open by a strong martial artist. Although the hole had been mended, this place was no longer suitable for humans to live in. Long Juexin brought them to the center of the ruins. It was a spacious arena, which used to be a martial arts arena. However, on the arena, which had been abandoned for many years, there were bloodstains that had dried up 1 or 2 years ago. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2 bloodstains. This is the place where the Heavenly Law Alliance executes criminals. Zi Donglai was shocked. There was a rumor in the Heavenly Law Alliance that there was a place where criminals who had committed heinous crimes were executed. However, it was rarely used. This was because the criminals who were executed were all personally supervised by the Alliance Master. Apart from Long Juexin's personal guards and himself, no one else knew about this place. It was just a rumor that had been circulating around. No one expected it to be true. What made Zi Donglai even angrier was that Long Juexin actually wanted to execute them, not interrogate them. It seems like you all know about it. That's good, Long Juexin said coldly. Bring them up. Lin Yunhe's eyes were filled with pain. Alliance Master, do you really want to do this? He still had a glimmer of hope in Long Juexin, but in the end, he still ended up in such a painful situation. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. Long Juexin's back was facing them. His tone became gentler, but it suddenly became more serious. Execute them. Leave no one alive. The 2 rows of guards separated into 5 designated executioners, 1 for each executioner. At the same time, they took out a broadsword and chopped at the heads of the 5 executioners. Chapter 621. However, just as Su Yu was about to make his move, suddenly, 5 muffled sounds could be heard. 5 bloody heads were thrown into the sky, flying over Su Yu and the others' heads. The 5 faces were filled with confusion, shock, and surprise. Then, as their eyes dimmed, they all died. Thump, thump, thump. The 5 heads rolled on the ground, finally landing on the ground. Then, 5 headless corpses were thrown out of the arena. Their bodies were covered with different wounds. This. Gang Daly, who was filled with anger, was stunned. Those 5 heads belonged to the 5 executioners who had been about to chop off their heads. How could they be the ones who were beheaded? All right, you can all rise. Long Juashin's gentle voice came from behind them. He slowly turned around with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, I have caused you to suffer. As he spoke, he bowed to the 5 of them. The unexpected turn of events stunned them. Alliance Master, what happened to them? Lin Yunhe looked at the 5 beheaded guards in surprise. The ones who had attacked them were the other 5 guards. They were all Long Juashin's trusted guards, so why did they kill themselves? Master Lin, please forgive us for offending you previously. The 5 of them had already been bribed by Fu Tsongshan, and they had been monitoring my injuries day and night. I had no choice but to kill them as well. Long Juashin sighed. It was my incompetence that allowed Fu Tsongshan to secretly gather the Heavenly Law Alliance's powers while I was heavily injured. Even half of my trusted guards were bribed. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others suddenly understood. Fu Tsongshan is currently working with some elders to attack Housemaster Z and Master Lin. If he succeeds, you will all die. Hence, I took advantage of the situation and used Su Yu's matter to capture all of you first in order to preserve your lives. As he spoke, Long Juashin took out a red crystal. It was the Heavenly Law core. After instilling a strand of spiritual energy into it, an extremely secretive formation suddenly appeared on the arena beneath their feet. It was a spatial teleportation formation. Back then, the gap in this place wasn't completely repaired. The First World Senior left a formation here. Only the successive Alliance Masters knew about it. Fu Tsongshan definitely didn't know about this. All of you, go up. The teleportation spell can teleport you 100 miles away. As long as you hide your aura, no one will be able to detect you. Long Juashin walked over and took out a key. He then unlocked their shackles one by one. It was only when he untied Su Yu that he realized that the shackles on Su Yu's hands had been undone. Moreover, the sturdy shackles were twisted like cotton. This scene caused Long Juashin to be startled. He raised his head and looked at Su Yu's eyes. Can you break the shackles yourself? As Long Juashin looked at the twisted chain, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of strange power was it that it could directly break the celestial binding chains? Even if it was a high-grade divine rank, it couldn't be broken by brute force. So, you were actually pretending to be captured? Long Juashin came back to his senses and quickly realized that the so-called shackles and cage couldn't trap Su Yu. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Su Yu casually threw away the shackles in his hands and wore a faint smile. You should be thinking that it was fortunate that you had good intentions. Otherwise, the one who died just now would have been you. When Su Yu's killing intent appeared, Long Juashin revealed the truth in time. If Su Yu had been any slower, Su Yu would have mistakenly killed Long Juashin. Although Su Yu was just a 2 crystals half-fairy, Long Juashin could hear the absolute confidence in his words. He couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the youngster from back then would have already grown to such an extent. His words were filled with melancholy. I'm really curious. Don't you hate me? At first, Su Yu really thought that Long Juashin was still brooding over Long Aojua's disappearance. Long Juashin's pale face revealed a mournful smile. I lost my son and daughter, so I have nothing else to ask for in this life. I only hope that the Heavenly Law Alliance can continue to exist. I also hope that you humans can avoid the continent's calamity in the future. Let's just let bygones be bygones. Long Juashin, who was all alone, had suffered heavy injuries, lost his children, and lost the Heavenly Law Alliance. He had fallen into the lowest point of his life, and it was also because of this that he seemed to have seen through life. He could even let bygones be bygones. Su Yu's heart trembled slightly. Was this still the powerful and arrogant Heavenly Law Alliance Master? He had changed greatly, as if he had been reborn. All right, all of you can leave now. I will announce to the public that the 5 of you killed 5 guards and took the opportunity to escape. However, I have already successfully killed all of you. These 5 corpses are your corpses. Long Juashin waved his sleeves, and a flame shot out, burning the 5 corpses to ashes. It was impossible to tell if the corpses were men or women, let alone their faces. This method can be used for a while, but it can't be used forever. The 5 spies died at the same time, yet their corpses are nowhere to be found. Fu Songshan will surely become suspicious. Lin Yunhe analyzed the situation. Alliance Master, why don't you leave with us? There was no place for Zi Donglai and Fu Songshan in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Since they couldn't stay, Long Juexin probably wouldn't be able to either. Even his trusted guards had been bribed. It was clear that the situation had reached a critical juncture. There is no need for that. I am a member of the Dragon Clan. I am a descendant of the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. You can run, but I can only fight to the last moment. You can go ahead. You don't have to worry about me. Long Juexin waved his hand and turned around. Once they left, Long Juexin would be the only one left to struggle bitterly. I hope that you can safely avoid the calamity in the outside world. Long Juexin activated the array with a snap of his fingers. Suyu was moved, and he bowed to Long Juexin. Senior Long, we will meet again. Gang Daily's expression was awkward. He bowed deeply as well. Previously, I called you senile. Please forgive me. Zi Donglai and Lin Yunhe's faces were filled with sorrow. They bowed deeply to Long Juexin and said, Alliance Master, take care. With a flash of light, the 5 of them were teleported away. Following the dissipation of the formation, the arena was empty and there was no one around. Let's go. Long Juexin sighed. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. Long Juexin furrowed his brows. Did something happen? Swish swish, a dense crowd of people flew over from afar. Among the crowd were many elders. It was unknown why they had gathered together and were rushing over. Alliance Master. The leader of the group was Old Chen and a few other senior elders. Swoosh, when the group landed, they hurriedly looked at the arena. When they saw the 5 charred corpses, their expressions changed. Alliance Master, I heard that you secretly executed Housemaster Zi and Master Lin? Old Chen asked anxiously. Long Juexin squinted his eyes. He had just arrived, and the elders had already rushed over. It was too much of a coincidence. His cold gaze swept over the crowd. Fu Songshan was standing alone among the crowd. He was the one behind all of this. However, Long Juexin did not plan to hide what had happened. Since they were all here, he decided to cover it up according to his plan. It wasn't a secret execution, but rather, they had already confessed to colluding with the otherworldly world. To prevent any accidents from happening, they were executed immediately. I was just about to gather everyone to discuss this matter. Since you are already here, you can verify their corpses on the spot. Long Juexin's expression was calm, but he was secretly on guard. He hoped that no one would notice that he had lost 5 guards. He just needed to temporarily hide it from Fu Songshan and make him believe that Suyu and the other 4 were already dead. As he thought of this, Long Juexin glanced at Fu Songshan, hatred flickering in his eyes. If Fu Songshan had not secretly pressured him, he would not have taken such a risky move and killed Suyu and the other 4. A few elders went forward to examine the corpses, but only charred corpses were left. Their genders couldn't be determined, so how could they identify them? They could only determine from the number of corpses that there were 5 of them. Where are their heads? Fu Songshan asked. The crowd in front of him parted to make a path for him. Seeing that Fu Songshan was suspicious, Long Juexin was prepared for this. I chopped off their heads while they resisted. Then, they were burned into skeletons. He pointed at the 5 charred skeletons below the arena. When the crowd looked over, their hearts sank. They had actually been killed. Old Chen was infuriated. Alliance Master, how could you be so careless? Long Juexin had killed them without any witnesses. This is a decision I've made after careful consideration. Are you doubting me? Long Juexin replied coldly. Deep down, he was filled with hatred. Fu Songshan had forced him into such a state. He would definitely take revenge in the future. However, Long Juexin realized that Fu Songshan's face had an enigmatic look on it, and he could vaguely tell that he was excited. It was as if his plan had succeeded. Long Juashin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Fu Songshan already knew that there was a transportation portal here? Could it be that he had already arranged an ambush 100 miles away to secretly kill Su Yu and the others? As he thought of this, Long Juashin suddenly felt uneasy. Elders, are you still willing to follow this alliance leader who has lost his mind? Suddenly, Fu Songshan spoke. He was actually targeting Fu Songshan. Ever since he became seriously ill, he has been lacking in energy, and it has been difficult for him to maintain the Heavenly Law Alliance. Following the death of his daughter, his temperament has changed greatly. Housemaster Z and Master Lin, during the battle at the Dragon Abyss of the 9 Underworlds, how many contributions did they make to the Heavenly Law Alliance? However, Alliance Master Long killed them just like that. He was careless and decisive, and he did not care about his own life. He acted arbitrarily and did not listen to the elders' opinions. Now, he even secretly executed them without distinguishing between right and wrong. Elders, may I ask you if Long Juashin still has the right to be the Alliance Master? Fu Songshan raised his arm and shouted. This unexpected scene made Long Juashin feel as if he was stepping on thin air. It turned out that Fu Songshan's real target was not Housemaster Z and Lin Yunhe, but him. They had purposely suppressed Zi Donglai and secretly revealed that they wanted to get rid of the two of them. This was done on purpose for Long Juashin to see. If Long Juashin had ignored them, they would have successfully gotten rid of the two of them. However, if Long Juashin had attacked them, he would have been pressured by Fu Songshan, so he would have used a similar method to secretly release the two of them. However, this was exactly what they wanted. They would then blame Long Juashin and accuse him of acting arbitrarily, thus removing him from his position as the Alliance Master. Chapter 622. Long Juashin's conscience was exactly what he wanted. The crowd became silent. Was Fu Songshan trying to convince everyone to dismiss Long Juashin? The people led by Old Chen were stunned, and their expressions were complicated. To be fair, Long Juashin was not suitable to be the alliance leader. However, he had led them for so many years, and their relationship was not shallow. For a moment, most of the elders were hesitant. I agree to dismiss Long Juashin. The position of alliance leader should be given to someone more capable. Old Zhong was the one who spoke. For some reason, he was not beside Fu Hongxue. I agree. I also agree that Long Juashin is not suitable to be the alliance leader. The elders that Fu Songshan had gathered took advantage of the situation to start a coup that he had been planning for a long time. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Once the hole is opened, it will inevitably become a flood that breaks the dike. I also agree. Some of the neutral elders gradually made up their minds. No matter who the alliance leader was, Long Juashin was not suitable. No one knew who would be the next to be secretly executed. One stone caused 1,000 ripples, one after another. In the blink of an eye, most of the people agreed to dismiss Long Juashin. Finally, only Old Chen and the other elders were left. However, the situation was already over. Old Chen looked at Long Juashin and sighed. Alliance leader, you should rest for a while. It will be good for you and everyone else. The deaths of Housemaster Z, Lin Yunhe, and the others have really disappointed them. Long Juashin's heart was filled with anger. He forcefully suppressed the blood in his throat as he lamented in his heart. So, this was Fu Songshan's plot. A coup to seize the throne. After dismissing him, who would be the most suitable person to be the next alliance leader? He had thought that he had successfully deceived Fu Songshan and saved Housemaster Z and the others. However, he had actually fallen into his trap. Alliance leader, for everyone's safety, please accept our supervision for the time being. Old Zhong looked calm, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Their plan had finally succeeded. After Long Juashin was dismissed from the position of alliance leader, all that was left was to wait for Fu Songshan to take over. They had followed Fu Songshan's elders, and their statuses had skyrocketed. In the future, they would be able to enjoy endless resources and glory. After all, Long Juashin was a peak 3 crystal realm expert. Now that his mental state had gone awry, they couldn't just leave him alone. He needed to be monitored. Long Juashin did not resist, as he was severely injured and his battle prowess was no longer what it used to be. Even if his combat power was still the same, if he dared to make a move now, it would only make the accusation that he had lost his mind even more. At that time, Fu Tsangshan would take the opportunity to severely injure him again. If Fu Tsangshan made up his mind, he might even kill him on the spot to prevent any future troubles. Since that's the case, Alliance Master, hand over the heavenly Dao heart. It's no longer suitable for you to keep it. Old Man Zhong stretched out his hand. I think it's better to hand this item over to the strongest expert here for now, just in case something happens. The strongest was naturally Fu Tsangshan. No one had any objections to this, as this item was related to the safety of the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleships. Hence, it was most appropriate to hand it over to the strongest person. Fu Tsangshan's face was filled with fear. Since everyone thinks so highly of me, I will use my life to defend the Heavenly Dao. If it exists, people will exist. If it dies, people will die. His resolute words won everyone's approval. Long Juashin hesitated for a moment before handing over the Heavenly Law Core. This item had always been controlled by the Alliance leader. Now that Fu Tsangshan was in control of it, he was practically the Alliance leader. In an instant, Long Juashin lost everything. The shocking change in the Heavenly Law Alliance was completed in such a calm and peaceful manner, even though it was a conspiracy. Most of the Heavenly Dao Union's members did not know that the Heavenly Dao Union had quietly changed hands. In Long Juashin's room, his 5 trusted guards had already been transferred away. The guards at the door were Fu Tsangshan's trusted aides. Moreover, his room had been remodeled, and special materials from the celestial binding lock had been used to seal it. Thus, Long Juashin would not be able to escape. Although it was called supervision, the Heavenly Law Alliance Master had already been reduced to a prisoner. How is it? Does the Alliance Master feel comfortable? Fu Tsangshan stood at the entrance with his hands clasped behind his back. He was in high spirits and had a smile on his face. He did not hide his ridicule at all. You never expected that the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance would end up like this, right? This place was filled with his people, so he wasn't worried that his actions would be exposed. On the other side of the door, Long Juashin's back was facing him. The corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. He also had this day. Since things had already reached such a stage, it was useless for him to resist. The only thing that he could be happy about was that, although he was in trouble, Housemaster Z, Lin Yunhe, and Su Yu, the 3 outstanding juniors, had managed to escape. Thus, it could be said that he had done a good deed before his death. Hihi, I must say that the Alliance Master's plan was quite thorough, and your acting was quite good. After all, you killed my people and let Housemaster Z and the other 4 escape. Fu Tsangshan suddenly laughed strangely. Hearing this, Long Juashin's body stiffened. He turned his head abruptly and asked, "What did you say? I don't understand." Haha. Did you really think that you could let the 5 of them escape? Did you really think that I didn't know about that spell? It seems like you only managed to find 5 traitors among the 10 guards. There was still one more that you didn't manage to find. Fu Tsangshan laughed coldly as he spoke. Even one of his trusted aides had been bribed. It was no wonder that Fu Tsangshan and the others had rushed over right after he had arrived at the execution ground. In other words, Fu Tsangshan had already known about all of his plans. He had even known about Su Yu and the others' whereabouts. What awaited Housemaster Z and the others was not freedom, but an ambush. It was obvious that Fu Tsangshan would not let them live. Instead, he would let them die for real. Long Juashin was at a loss for words. He looked up at the sky and sighed. I have let you all down. In the end, all of his plans had been for naught. Not only had he lost his life, but he had also not been able to save anyone. 100 miles away from the battleship, space energy fluctuated on the top of a mountain, and 5 figures fell out of it. Looking at the vast scene before them, as well as the humongous battleship not far away, Housemaster Z and the others felt as if they had seen the light of day again. The only pity is that the Alliance Master is still inside. I hope that he can hold on. Housemaster Z sighed softly. Lin Yunhe could only sigh and change the topic. Let's leave immediately. Let's not waste Alliance Master Long's good intentions. However, Su Yu stood at his original position and did not move. Instead, he turned his head and said to Gang Daily, Daily, bring them away first. I will go back for a while. What? Go back? Gang Daily thought that he had misheard. Zi Donglai was shocked. It was not easy for you to escape from the Heavenly Law Alliance. Why did you walk right into their trap? Su Yu looked at the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship with a cold glint in his eyes. Now that I have nothing to worry about, I should take care of some people. Lin Yunhe had a strange look in his eyes as he asked solemnly, Su Yu, can you tell me how powerful you are now? Gang Daily and the others also felt that something was amiss. It was as if Su Yu did not care about the Heavenly Law Alliance at all. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. I do not know either. I will only know if I try. Without a real battle with a fairy, it was hard to say how powerful he was. However, if I want to leave the Heavenly Law Alliance alone, no one should be able to stop me, not even the First World Senior. Su Yu was very confident about this. Even Sheng Ji, who was at the Divine Master level, had to put in a lot of effort to capture him. His Zi Donglai secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. What arrogance! What kind of place was the Heavenly Law Alliance? It was second only to the Empire of Darkness, and was far above the 8 great ancient clans. Only an expert like Senior Ju would dare to talk about freedom in such a faction. Lin Yunhe was also quite surprised. After training in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, you have completely changed. Gang Daily was dumbfounded. From his interactions with Su Yu, he knew that he did not like to brag or brag. Instead, he was very humble. Saying what he had just said was already a very conservative statement. Zi Yunxiang's beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light. Su Yu was even more powerful than she had imagined. Without a doubt, the reason why Su Yu was so restrained was because of their existence. All right, we will wait for you 10,000 miles in this direction. Zi Donglai looked at Su Yu deeply and sighed in his heart. Back in the cage, he had not gotten Su Yu's promise to marry Zi Yunxiang. Swoosh, however, at that moment, a black cloud flew over from 50 miles away. It was not a cloud, but more than 10 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts. They were the strongest team in the Heavenly Law Alliance. The leader was a youth in a luxurious robe. His face was filled with anxiety. When he noticed Su Yu and the others, his expression relaxed and he laughed loudly. So, you are here. We have been looking for you for a long time. Even though they had set up an ambush in advance, the transportation portal had teleported them randomly, so they could not confirm their location. They could only search within 100 miles of the battleship. Now that they had found Su Yu and the others, they could finally relax. Swoosh, the 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded them. Fu Hongxue, it's you. How did you know our location? Zi Yunxiang was extremely shocked. The leader of the group was Fu Hongxue, who had set up an ambush in advance. You thought that Long Juexin's plan was flawless, but you did not know that you had fallen into our trap. Fu Hongxue laughed coldly. Lin Yunhe's heart tightened. What do you mean? How is Alliance Master Long now? Fu Hongxue did not mind if they knew. He laughed. Do you still need to ask? He acted arbitrarily and secretly killed all of you, who had contributed greatly to the Alliance. Of course, he was impeached by all the elders and removed from his position as the Alliance Master. Now, it should be over. As for whether he is dead or alive, we do not know. What? Zi Donglai and Lin Yunhe were both shocked. Long Juexin had been removed from his position, and they did not know whether he was dead or alive. They could not accept such shocking news. Since you have told us all of this, it means that you do not intend to let us go back, right? Zi Yunxiang was extremely intelligent, so she realized that they were in a bad situation. Fu Hongxue's greedy eyes shone with a fiery light. Of course, all of you must die. Yunxiang, for my grandfather's great plan, I have no choice but to kill you. But, don't worry, before you die, I will treat you well. Chapter 623. The two crystals half-fairy realm experts behind him moved upon hearing the news. Su Yu's eyes were calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. At this critical moment, he said leisurely, "Fine. I went back to look for you, but since you are here, I will settle this here." Su Yu couldn't convince himself to tolerate the fact that he had set his sights on Xie Jingyu and had almost succeeded. Su Yu only had one way to deal with such a person, and that was to kill him. "Oh, I almost forgot about you. You are just an idiot. What's so good about you? Yunxiang is willing to be your concubine." Fu Hongxue looked at him coldly, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. "I have changed my mind. You will be the last one to be killed. I will let you see how I am going to toy with this bitch to death. I will also let this bitch see how useless the man she likes is. Attack!" Fu Hongxue shouted, waving his sleeves as he commanded dozens of people. The two crystals half-fairy realm experts moved upon hearing the news, turning into after-images as they charged forward. Gang Daily's pupils shrank. "Housemaster Z, Master Lin, and Miss Z, you should all escape separately." With a furious roar, Gang Daily's body emitted a barbaric aura as he thrust his fists forward like a flood dragon, sending a two crystals half-fairy realm expert flying away. "Xiong'er, you go first. Don't worry about me," Zi Donglai shouted loudly. His heart had sunk to the bottom, as he had just escaped with great difficulty, only to be ambushed and forced into an even more dangerous situation. His daughter would have to face a fate worse than death. "Ph, if you can escape from the hands of the Heavenly Law Union's many pillars, won't you be able to climb trees?" With a cold smile, Fu Hongxue waved his hand. The three half-fairies understood his intention and flew toward the three of them. Two of them attacked Gang Daily and Housemaster Z with killing intent, intending to kill them with one strike. The last one was responsible for capturing Zi Yunxiang alive. "Even if I die, don't even think about touching me." Zi Yunxiang knew that she would not be able to escape death, so she became more determined. She took out a green dagger and placed it against her throat. As long as the enemy approached her, she would immediately kill herself. "You want to threaten me with this? Ridiculous." Fu Hongxue laughed sinisterly. "I have been on guard against you. Xiong'er, be careful." Suddenly, Zi Donglai roared in anger. They could see a transparent figure floating behind Zi Yunxiang. It was a two crystals half-fairy realm expert. He had taken advantage of the fact that they were distracted by the three half-fairies, and he had used a magical treasure to conceal himself. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The other party's finger pressed against one of the meridians on Zi Yunxiang's back. Zi Yunxiang's entire body went limp, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground. The transparent figure behind him swept through the air and grabbed the subdued Zi Yunxiang. With a light tap of his feet, he flew back to Hong Shue's side like a swallow. "Young master, I've caught him." The guard revealed a fawning expression. However, what was imprinted in his eyes was not Fu Hongxue's joy. Fu Hongxue stared at him. First, he was at a loss, then he was shocked, and then he was terrified. The guard was startled and turned his head to look. Only then did he realize that his head could not move. But in the eyes of outsiders, it wasn't that he couldn't turn his head, but that he didn't have a neck, so how could he turn his head? Everything below his neck was gone. He had been chopped off with a single slash. His body had already fallen to the ground, and only his head was still in the air. He didn't realize that he was still in the air, so he flew to Fu Hongxue's side to report on his mission. What kind of sharp divine artifact could separate a person's head from his body without suffering any pain? What kind of terrifying movement technique could be so precise, as fast as lightning, and so neatly behead a two crystals half-fairy realm expert who was flying at high speed? The whole place was deathly silent. Even the two crystals half-fairy realm experts, who were attacking Gang Daily and Zi Donglai, stopped at the same time. Their scalps went numb as they looked at the scene in front of them. The head, which was floating in the air, lost its momentum and fell into Fu Hongxue's bosom. As it flipped over, he finally understood what had happened. He saw a silver-haired youth holding Zi Yunxiang, who had been snatched away from him, in one hand, and a small golden sword was circling in his other hand. This was the last scene he would ever see in his life. "Are you all right?" Su Yu transferred a wisp of vital energy into Zi Yunxiang's body and opened up her blocked meridians. She regained her mobility. However, Zi Yunxiang was still in his embrace, staring at Su Yu without blinking. Her beautiful eyes were as round as they could be. Just how powerful is Su Yu? Similarly, Gang Daily and the others were also shocked to the extreme. Not only did he kill a 2 crystals half-fairy realm expert in an instant, but none of them clearly saw how he had attacked and how he had snatched Zi Yunxiang back. Gulp. One of the 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The way they looked at Su Yu was like how ordinary people would look at a man-eating monster. When Fu Hongxue came back to his senses from his fright, he hurriedly threw away the guard's head, which was still in his bosom. He then turned around and tried to escape. Kill him. Let's attack him together. As for Fu Hongxue, he chose to escape. After the group of 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts struggled for a while, a slightly older man, who seemed to be the leader, shouted, "Attack him together." His voice, as well as his life, stopped when he heard the word attack. This was because a small golden sword had suddenly pierced through his throat. As his blood splashed out, his eyes darkened, and his body fell like a stone. When he fell on the ground, a terrifying sound echoed out. "Ah! Run!" The 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts couldn't suppress the fright in their hearts any longer. They all screamed and ran away in panic like rats. They were completely different from their previous imposing and murderous appearance. Splutter. The one who had first shouted to run away didn't escape, because as soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flickered on his neck, and his head flew into the sky. This bloody scene completely frightened the group of 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts. "Did I allow you to leave?" An indifferent voice came out of Su Yu's mouth. His tone was calm, and it didn't seem dignified at all. However, in their ears, his words were even more dignified and frightening than the Alliance Master's. "Without my order, if you move even a single step, you will die." Su Yu put Zi Yunxiang down, then calmly ordered them without even turning his head. The 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts didn't move at all. 3 golden lights flashed in succession, and 3 people died in succession. The terrifying golden light and the strange killing technique terrified them. Cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads, but none of them dared to wipe it off. This was because they didn't know whether their heads would fall to the ground the moment they wiped off their sweat. "All right, everything is fine now." Su Yu put Zi Yunxiang down, then looked at Zi Donglai and the other 2 people with a worried expression. "Are these the Heavenly Law Alliance's so-called strongest guards?" Su Yu now understood why the Zhenlong Continent's army had suffered such a disastrous defeat. It wasn't just because their fighting prowess was low, but more importantly, they didn't have any fighting spirit at all. He had only killed 3 people, yet with a single order, they didn't dare to move at all. In fact, if they had scattered and escaped, it would have been difficult for Su Yu to kill them all by himself. However, they didn't even have the guts to take such a risk. Su Yu could almost imagine how one-sided the battle at the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds would be. When Lin Yunhe came back to his senses, he sucked in a breath of cold air. After a while, he sympathized with the guards and said, "You are making things too difficult for them. The Heavenly Law Alliance has never participated in the continent's battles, so they lack actual combat experience. Who wouldn't be afraid of killing 1 person with a single sword strike?" If Lin Yunhe and Zi Donglai were in Su Yu's shoes, they wouldn't think that they would be able to perform so well in front of a terrifying existence like Su Yu. Gang Daily sucked in a breath of cold air. "I felt like I was a monster, but after seeing you, I realized that I'm just a human. You are the real monster." Back then, when they were at the same starting line, Su Yu's power was still weaker than Gang Daily's. However, after they went to the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion together, Gang Daily had to look up to Su Yu. When Su Yu heard Gang Daily call him a monster, the corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. "All right, I will go to the Heavenly Law Alliance. I originally wanted to go there for Fu Hongxue, but since Alliance Master Long is in trouble, I might as well help him." Su Yu had intentionally allowed Fu Hongxue to escape. Zi Yunxiang's admiration for Su Yu had reached an unprecedented level. She didn't even dare to look at Su Yu directly, as he was too dazzling. It was as if he was a god, while she was just a mortal on the ground. The great disparity between them made Zi Yunxiang feel great pressure, but it also made her admire Suyu even more. The youth, who had once been protected by her, had unexpectedly grown into a godlike existence. I will go with you. Since these guards have been subdued, you don't have to worry about us being threatened, right? Zi Yunxiang came back to her senses, her face slightly flushed. However, Suyu shook his head resolutely. Not yet. I was never worried about these guards, but the First World Senior, who has yet to appear. If Fu Tsongshan controls the First World Senior, I will be entangled, and you will become my weakness. Hearing this, Zi Donglai's expression relaxed slightly. You don't have to worry about this. The First World Senior's corpse will only appear when it senses the power of a fairy. No one can control it at any other time. Lin Yunhe nodded slightly. Indeed, you don't have to worry about this. This is what I am most worried about. Suyu laughed bitterly. Although he was a 2 crystals half-fairy, he could still display the power of a grade 1 fairy. Alarming the First World Senior's corpse would be troublesome. After all, Suyu had only seen him fight once, so he couldn't determine his power. Hey! The 4 of them understood what he meant, and they all froze on the spot. What you mean is that you have the battle power of the fairy realm? Zi Yunxiang stuttered, her words incoherent. The shock that Suyu had given her was getting stronger and stronger. It was like an earthquake, and before the previous shock had even subsided, another greater shock had struck her. At this moment, even she couldn't help but call him a monster. If they knew that the number of fairies who had died at Suyu's hands could be counted on one's fingers, it was unknown how they would feel. So, I can go in alone. You don't have to follow me, Suyu said. He paused for a moment, then said, please wait for a moment. Chapter 624. I'll give you 2 choices. First, die. Second, obey me. Suyu's tone was not harsh, but in the ears of the 16th guard, it was like a clap of thunder. Senior. I am willing to follow you from now on. A slightly quick-witted short guard suddenly had an idea. While the others were still panicking, he took the risk to go forward alone and kowtow. When one person did so, the others followed suit. After all, their lives were their own. No one was willing to die here for no reason. All right, release your consciousness of resistance. I will plant a restriction in your souls to ensure that you will not betray me again. They had obeyed Long Juexin yesterday, Fu Tsongshan today, and Suyu tomorrow. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't one day obey someone else and betray Suyu? The only way to control it was to use the best method. This. Immediately, many of the guards' expressions changed, and they hesitated. Senior, I'm willing. It was the short and quick-witted guard again. He stopped resisting without hesitation. Suyu couldn't help but take another look at him. You're quite smart. What's your name? Junior Luo Xiong is fortunate enough to be able to follow Senior. I am willing to recognize Senior as my master. Even Suyu had to admit that this lad was much more quick-witted than ordinary people. While the others were still panicking, he had already seen an opportunity and had taken the initiative to surrender. He was bold yet meticulous, and he was indeed not bad. Suyu nodded calmly, then condensed a talisman that was a fusion of thunderbolts and souls in his palm, then sent it into Luo Xiong's soul. From start to finish, Luo Xiong's expression did not change. He was extremely calm, and there was even a trace of anticipation. With him taking the lead, even if the people who came later were unwilling, they could only lower their heads and obediently let Suyu plant the Great Thunderheart technique in them. With a single thought, Suyu could control their life and death. Luo Xiong, from now on, you will be their captain, and you will lead them, Suyu said. Luo Xiong was happy. Sure enough, it was good to be the first to surrender. In the future, when they followed this unfathomable young man, the one who would benefit the most would be him. Hearing this, the other 15 guards exchanged glances and stared at Luo Xiong's back with slight dissatisfaction. How sharp was Suyu? If you have anything to say, you'd better say it now. In the future, if there are rumors of internal strife, don't blame me for being ruthless. Suyu's eyes turned cold. Hearing this, the 15 guards kept quiet out of fear and lowered their heads, not daring to look Suyu in the eye. One of them, who had a tall stature, had a more vigorous aura than the others. This was due to the pure spiritual energy in his body. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before he advanced to the three crystals half-fairy realm. Master, I am Li Cheng, the vice-captain of the Annihilation team. I have experience in leading teams, so I might be better at leading teams. To put it bluntly, it was just that they could not bear to see Luo Xiong gain power. Before this, Luo Xiong could only be considered a mediocre member of the group. He had never been put in an important position. Now that he had flattered the other party and obtained the position of captain, no one was willing to accept him. Deputy captain? Well, then you can continue being the deputy captain, Suyu said calmly. Li Cheng was a little unconvinced. He gathered his courage and said, Master, I'm stronger than Luo Xiong. Luo Xiong, who was kneeling on the ground, could not help feeling awkward. Indeed, it was difficult for him to convince everyone with his strength. Yes, it won't be long now. Suyu took a golden fruit from the 9-jade spiritual pearl and threw it into Luo Xiong's bosom. Eat it when you have time to purify your spiritual energy. It's good for you, Suyu said calmly. Luo Xiong was caught off guard, and he hurriedly caught the golden fruit. He stared at the fruit in his palm, not knowing what it was. While Suyu was smiling bitterly, Li Cheng, who was behind him, sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, the body divine fruit? Hiss. This holy fruit was the best holy item for purifying spiritual energy in the Zhenlong continent. Many people yearned for this purifying holy fruit. It was rumored that when one consumed it for the first time, the spiritual crystal would be purified to its peak. Consuming one was equivalent to having a 100% chance of condensing a vital energy crystal. However, this fruit became extinct thousands of years ago, and it has never appeared on the continent again. The body divine fruit. The people of the Jojo continent knew it as the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. After some time, the unripe fruits on the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate had already ripened. This is the body divine fruit. Luo Xiong's lips were trembling, and his palms were trembling. The legendary body divine fruit of the continent had only been mentioned in ancient books. He had never thought that he would actually be able to obtain one. If he consumed it, it would only be a matter of time before he broke through to the three crystals half-fairy realm. In fact, if he successfully crystallized it, breaking through to the fairy realm would be just around the corner. Master, thank you for your kindness. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Luo Xiong was overjoyed. Under the reddened eyes of his colleagues, he happily put it away. Suyu took in everyone's expressions, then casually took out another incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. The body divine fruit. There are many more. If you want them, it depends on your actions. There are more. There are more. Oh my God, a second body divine fruit. Thump. A series of kowtows could be heard. Master, we are willing to follow you to our death. The rest of the people cursed Su Yu's cunning as they bowed. The Heavenly Law Alliance would never provide them with this divine fruit. Only Su Yu, the mysterious and dazzling young man, remained. Li Cheng knelt in the crowd, staring at Luo Xiong's back as he gritted his teeth. Su Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. This was the effect he had wanted. Brother Su, do you still lack subordinates? Let me help you. Gang Daily rubbed his hands, smiling as he walked over. His eyes never left the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. Su Yu laughed, tossing it over. Take it. I don't believe that you are lacking in treasures. Su Yu knew that Gang Daily had obtained a drop of real dragon's blood from an unknown relic. It was still in Su Yu's space ring. He probably had many treasures on him. Gang Daily knew what Su Yu meant. He sighed with a dark expression. Do you think that I am like you, roaming around and searching for treasures? In order to help my old man find the treasure to exchange for the Thunder Herb, I squatted in that desolate place for a month and a half. I did not even manage to find a single strand of hair. I am not even as good as Qin Yushan, who stayed at the 7th level to pick herbs. Hearing this, Su Yu smacked his lips. Gang Daily was quite pitiful. Where is mine? A soft and weak voice could be heard. A snow-white hand stretched out in front of Su Yu. Zi Yunxiang pretended to be coquettish, but when the time came, she was abnormally shy. Her coquettish behavior did not work, and she blushed. Her bashful behavior made it even more interesting. Su Yu smiled. Yes, of course I can't do without you. He took out a fruit and stuffed it into her palm. Seeing her surprised expression, Su Yu felt satisfied. Then, Su Yu gave Zi Donglai and Lin Yunhe one each. Seniors, after you consume it, it will be of some use to you. There is no need to reject it. The two of them were too old, and their ability to absorb the medicinal power of such a purified fruit was far inferior to that of the younger generation. It could be said that giving it to them was a complete waste. Seeing Su Yu extravagantly toss out 3, the guards' hearts bled. It was as if Su Yu was cutting their flesh. They were extremely anxious. Who knew how many more Su Yu had? If he tossed them all out before they had accomplished anything, who would they cry to? Don't call me seniors anymore. On the path of martial arts, those who have reached the peak are the most important. Don't make fun of us. Lin Yunhe smiled bitterly. However, I will accept this fruit. Although it is of no use to me, I can give it to a junior who is pleasing to the eye. Gang Daily's nose twitched. Master Lin, do you like me? Lin Yunhe was amused. You little brat. You already have one, yet you are still thinking about me. Gang Daily laughed and replied, you can't have too many treasures. Alright, let's not waste any more time. I need to return to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Su Yu instructed. Luo Xiong, take 5 people with you and escort them to this place to meet up with the undead Phoenix Master. This is a communication jade pendant. I will contact you later. As he spoke, Su Yu threw a communication jade pendant to him. The undead Phoenix Master, Zi Donglai and the others were all surprised. Why was the undead Phoenix Master outside the warship? After thinking about it carefully, they understood. Su Yu had asked the undead Phoenix Master to move Elder Ju and Lord Yi Yu away in advance. If that was the case, Su Yu had already detected that something big was about to happen, and he was preparing for it in advance. Zi Donglai's heart shuddered. What a meticulous plan. He suddenly felt sorry for Fu Tsongshan. It was truly a tragedy to go against such a terrifying person. Just the thought of becoming enemies with someone like Su Yu made him shudder with fear. Li Cheng, the 10 of you will follow me back to the Heavenly Law Alliance, Su Yu instructed. Li Cheng was overjoyed when he heard this. This was the time to make a contribution. On the other hand, Luo Xiong was slightly worried. He was worried that Li Cheng would steal the limelight. Protecting them is more important than any contribution. They are the most important people to me, Su Yu said without turning his head. It seemed like he could see through Luo Xiong's thoughts. After he spoke, he led the 10 great guards and flew back to the Heavenly Law Alliance. When they landed at the bottom of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Li Cheng said apologetically, Master, he asked me to contact and activate the formation. Su Yu squinted his eyes as he looked at the bottom of the warship. Master, the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship is extremely sturdy, as it is a legendary semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. Only by activating the formation from within can one enter it. External forces cannot break through it, Li Cheng, who was eager to make a contribution, explained. Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and said meaningfully, Is that so? I feel that it is better to take an unconventional path. Sizzle. Li Cheng felt his vision blur, as if a red object had appeared in Su Yu's palm. Immediately after, a ball of terrifying raging flames turned into a tongue of flame, which shot up 1,000 feet into the sky. The area where the formation was located had been directly burned through. Many miserable cries could be heard coming from the hidden places in the surroundings. There were many soldiers lying in ambush at the transportation portal. Their numbers were so great that it was not an ordinary defense. Since such a long time had passed, they must have already made preparations. Once they entered the transportation portal, they would kill them without mercy. Li Cheng broke out in a cold sweat. If they had really passed through the transportation portal just now, wouldn't they have been killed by the swords? However, what shocked him even more was that Su Yu had actually managed to break through the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship. Is this the fighting power of the fairy realm? Just what was the limit of this excessively valiant youth's strength? Chapter 625. Li Cheng's eyes shone with a sharp light. Brothers, open a path for our master. As he shouted angrily, the other 9 guards became extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all filled with fighting spirit, but they only looked at Suyu out of the corner of their eyes. Open a path for our master. The 9 guards shouted in unison, then turned into after-images as they charged toward the warship. Swoosh! The Heavenly Law Alliance's strongest team, the Annihilation Team, had an imposing aura. The 10-2 Crystal's half-fairy realm expert's battle prowess was equivalent to 1/3 of the Heavenly Law Alliance's battle prowess. How could the ordinary members of the Heavenly Law Alliance resist such a powerful team? The people lying in ambush, who had not been injured by the flames, were immediately crushed by the Annihilation Team. Those who surrender will not be killed, and those who resist will not be spared. Li Cheng swept away 2-1 Crystal's half-fairy realm experts, who were trying to block the opening, and sent them crashing into the wall. He was like a ferocious tiger as he stood in the air, coldly looking at his former comrades. The pressure of a 2 Crystals half-fairy realm expert, as well as the Annihilation Team's prestige, caused the remaining people lying in ambush to be restrained, not daring to move. The Annihilation Team was the cornerstone of the Heavenly Law Alliance, and it was the symbol of their strength. Who wouldn't be afraid of facing them head-on? Swoosh! 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 The other 9 guards followed closely behind. They occupied 9 different directions to ensure their safety. Annihilation Team. Deputy Captain Li, why are you here? The leader of the ambush team was dumbfounded when he saw the ferocious enemies. They had thought that such a terrifying destructive power was an invasion from an otherworldly expert, but it turned out that it was actually one of their own. Li Cheng ignored him, his expression solemn as he and the other 9 guards surrounded the opening, then knelt down on one knee and said, "Welcome, Master." They shouted in unison, loud and clear, with deep respect. All of it was integrated into these 4 words. Under their silent and respectful welcome, under the incomprehensible gazes of the ambushers, a young man with long silver hair rose straight up with his hands behind his back, stepping on a watery cloud. The moment he flew up, the Annihilation Team did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were all extremely solemn and respectful. As his feet touched the ground, Suyu looked around at the injured ambushers around him. The flame that soared into the sky just now did not kill anyone, but many of them were injured. They should be thanking Suyu, as he still had some respect for the Heavenly Law Alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just suffered injuries, but would have all been turned into ashes. If you don't want to die, then just stand here. What happens next has nothing to do with ordinary people like you, Suyu said as he took a step forward. Li Cheng's figure flashed, and he stood guard on both sides. He scolded in a low voice, "Those who obstruct us, die." The Annihilation Team had 10 people's powerful auras. No one in the entire Heavenly Law Union would dare to stop them, much less them. Seeing them enter the depths of the Heavenly Law Alliance as if there was no one there, the ambushers felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. "Captain Liu, what happened? Why does our Heavenly Law Union's Annihilation Team respect him as their master?" asked the leader. He stared blankly at them as they left, then absent-mindedly shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that the Heavenly Law Alliance is going to change." In his opinion, that youth was more terrifying than anyone else. The main hall was packed with people. Many elders had been summoned, and there were even many soldiers guarding the main hall. Fu Songshan's expression was gloomy, while Fu Hongxue, who was standing behind him, wore an anxious look on his face. "Elder Fu, why did you summon us again after such a short time?" Old Chen was slightly unhappy. He still couldn't get over Long Juexin's fate. The rest of the elders all agreed with him. They had just been dismissed for the time it would take to drink a cup of tea before they were summoned back to the main hall. Fu Songshan said in a deep voice, "Everyone, our Heavenly Law Alliance is in danger." His deep voice and grave expression made many of the elders feel that something was amiss, so they all gradually quietened down. "Elder Fu, if you have something to say, just say it. The Heavenly Law Alliance doesn't have a leader now, so we need everyone to work together," Old Chen said. Hearing this, Fu Songshan was a little unhappy. This Elder Chen still didn't seem to have any intention of accepting him as the Alliance Master candidate. Boom. Right at that moment, the ground started shaking intensely. All of the elders were shocked, and they hurriedly tried to steady themselves. What happened? The battleship is shaking. Old Chen was shocked, as this was something that had never happened before. At that moment, two guards, who were dressed in yellow uniforms, hurriedly ran over. Elder Fu, something bad has happened. The battleship has been destroyed, and the ambushing team has almost all been injured. Hearing this, Old Chen and the others were shocked. The two guards' uniforms were enough to show their identities, as they were in charge of monitoring the Heavenly Law Alliance. Once the Heavenly Law Alliance's hidden guards discovered an emergency, they would immediately inform them, so that they could monitor the situation in every corner of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Ambushing team? Ambushing who? Who destroyed the team? Old Chen asked anxiously. The inexplicable shaking just now was no small matter, as it had even destroyed the battleship. This was an extremely serious matter. The guard in yellow did not dare to answer him, so he turned to look at Fu Songshan. It was Su Yu. Fu Songshan said in a deep voice. What? All of the elders were shocked once again. Wasn't Su Yu secretly executed by Alliance Master Long? Now you are telling me that it was Su Yu? Fu Songshan, what kind of trick are you playing? Old Chen spoke bluntly. Fu Songshan suppressed his anger and said, Everyone, there is something you don't know. I just interrogated Alliance Master Long, and I found out that the 5 charred corpses belonged to his 5 trusted guards. The real Su Yu and the others had already been secretly released by him. This is Long Juexin's trick. I had already discovered that Su Yu and the others were colluding with the otherworldly invaders. Just as I was about to take action, Long Juexin discovered them and captured them before secretly releasing them. He managed to achieve his goal of saving their lives. Now, Su Yu has led the otherworldly invaders back. Hearing this, many of the elders were still skeptical. They had never heard of Alliance Master Long colluding with the otherworldly invaders' spies. However, as they recalled Alliance Master Long's mental state, they had no choice but to believe it. Only Old Chen and the others still had their doubts. No matter what, now that the otherworldly invaders have come, we must first expel them. Anyone who dares to invade our Heavenly Law Alliance must be killed. Fu Songshan slapped the table and shouted loudly, Elders, please fight with me and expel the invaders. We must protect the human race's last fortress. Creak. The meeting hall's door was pushed open, emitting a creaking sound. Some of the elders at the back couldn't help but furrow their brows. Who dares to be so rude? We are in the middle of a discussion. However, their voices stopped abruptly. The reason for that was because it was actually an annihilation team that had entered in a single file. Their leader was none other than Li Cheng. Such a commotion caused many of the elders to turn their heads to look. Old Chen furrowed his brows. Li Cheng? Aren't you supposed to be at your post? What are you doing here? Did any of the elders summon you? Li Cheng turned a deaf ear to him, as he and the annihilation team lined up neatly at the door. Their heads were lowered, and their expressions were respectful. It was as if they were welcoming an important person. All of the elders were very familiar with such a scene. This was a scene that only the Alliance Master could enjoy. It's impossible. Could Alliance Master Long have come out? Old Chen and the other elders were shocked. Fu Songshan and Fu Hongxue were also startled. What is going on? Why are Li Cheng and the others still alive? It's fine if they are alive, but why has Long Juexin come out? As the crowd watched in bewilderment, a young man strode into the hall. He had a slim figure, was wearing plain black clothes, and had long silver hair that flowed down like a waterfall. He also had a face that was as handsome as a celestial being from a painting. Su Yu. It's you. Many of the elders couldn't believe what they were seeing. The annihilation team was under the direct control of the Alliance Master, so they were only loyal to him. So, what was going on? Hee, we meet again, elders. Su Yu chuckled. The only difference was that he had been taken away by the annihilation team as a prisoner. But now, He had returned as the leader of the Annihilation team. The difference between the two was simply unacceptable. Li Cheng, what are you doing? How can you lower your head to a lad? Old Zhong, who didn't know what was going on, angrily shouted at Li Cheng. He couldn't understand why Li Cheng was acting so preposterously. Li Cheng stood there quietly, not uttering a single word. He just lowered his head in front of Su Yu. Guards! Drag this lad out. Old Zhong had a premonition that the situation was far from good. How did this lad manage to barge in? Was he really slandered by Fu Songshan? Did he collude with the otherworldly experts? Did the otherworldly experts break through the warship and enter? Su Yu said calmly, "This person is very noisy. Drag him out and kill him." He had helped the Avildor, and he had even helped Fu Hongxue. He wanted to do such a heartless thing to Zi Yunxiang. Leaving such a scum in the Heavenly Law Alliance would only bring shame to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Annihilation team, don't move. Many of the elders were furious. Since when did the Heavenly Law Alliance's Annihilation team allow an outsider to command them? Moreover, he even dared to kill an elder in front of them. However, Li Cheng acted as if he didn't hear them, and after giving them a look, the two crystals half-fairy realm experts behind him turned into after-images as they flew out. Such a scene infuriated the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders. Annihilation team, are you trying to rebel? In fact, they had started obeying Long Juexin, and now they were secretly obeying Fu Songshan. Li Cheng didn't care about any of them, and he just looked at the elders coldly. I'm sorry, but the Annihilation team is carrying out official duties. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be punished according to the law. His domineering threat made the elders laugh in anger. It was obvious that the Annihilation team was rebelling, yet he still dared to use the Heavenly Law Alliance's laws to suppress them. Let's see which of you can take him down. Several elders from Fu Songshan's faction immediately attacked the two Annihilation team members. For a moment, the two of them were in a deadlock. Old Zhong, who had noticed that the situation was far from good, quickly retreated into the depths of the crowd. Li Cheng's expression became gloomy. This was the best time for him to show off in front of Su Yu. If he couldn't take down Old Zhong, and even let him escape, how would Su Yu look at him? Chapter 626. At the same time, two screams could be heard. The two elders of the Annihilation team screamed as their chests were sliced open, and they died on the spot. He had killed two people of the same level as him with a single sword strike. Although he had attacked suddenly and caught them off guard, it was clear that his abilities were above that of an ordinary two crystals half-fairy. This sword strike had frightened the elders who had rushed over, and they all gasped in shock. They had really dared to kill him. Seizing the opportunity, two Annihilation team members flew over and dragged Old Zhong, who was slithering into the crowd like a mudfish, out of the hall. Along the way, Old Zhong was screaming in fear, begging for mercy, cursing, and pleading. However, everything was interrupted by a dull thud. Not long after, an Annihilation team member held a bloody head in one hand and bowed to report, "Master, we have beheaded him. Please take a look." Su Yu glanced at Old Zhong's head, who had died with his eyes wide open, and nodded slightly. "All right, throw it away." Then, the Annihilation team casually tossed the head onto the ground, as if it was a piece of trash. The bloody head rolled all over the ground, and wherever it rolled to, the elders would avoid it in fear. It was too cruel. With just a few words, he was able to send someone to their death. Old Chen asked in a low voice, "Su Yu, did you really collude with the otherworldly experts to kill the people of the Heavenly Law Alliance?" Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, and his gaze passed through them, including Fu Songshan, and landed on Fu Hongxue. "Since you think that whatever Fu Songshan says is true, why are you still asking me?" Old Chen was deep in thought. What does Su Yu mean? Su Yu, why did you collude with the otherworldly experts to barge in? Fu Songshan knew very well that he wanted to kill Su Yu, so it would be strange if Su Yu did not seek revenge. However, unexpectedly, Su Yu's eyes were filled with a cold glint. "You should ask your precious grandson about this first. As for you wanting to kill the five of us and silence us, that's secondary. I came back this time mainly for your grandson, Fu Hongxue." "What?" He came here just to find Fu Hongxue? What did he do to incur the wrath of the heavens? Fu Songshan was stunned. How could he not know his grandson's character? Hongxue, what did you do? Why don't you confess? Fu Songshan snorted coldly. Fu Hongxue's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't dare look Su Yu in the eye. I only offended him unintentionally. I have never offended him. Fu Hongxue evaded. At this moment, Li Cheng sneered, if you don't dare to say it, then let me say it. It's not a secret anyway. It's just that everyone is afraid of Fu Songshan, so they don't dare to say anything. He faked Fu Songshan's decree and transferred the undead Phoenix Master away. He then tried to take advantage of the unconscious Lord Yi Yu in her room. Luckily, Master and Gang Daily discovered this and had no choice but to give up. After that, he went to the heavenly prison and tried to do something immoral to Miss Zi Yunxiang. Fortunately, Alliance Master Long arrived in time. After that, when he led us to ambush Housemaster Zi and the others, he was utterly devoid of conscience and wanted to kill him. His actions can be hidden from a group of elders like you, but they can't be hidden from us, the annihilation team that works in secret. Hearing this, many of the elders were secretly angry and didn't suspect anything. They knew what kind of person Fu Hongxue was, but they didn't expect him to be so daring as to do such a despicable thing as giving a fake decree and trying to humiliate Lord Yi Yu. As for the matter with Zi Yunxiang, it was no surprise. Master came back to get rid of this evil creature for the Heavenly Law Alliance. From what I know, there are more than 1 or 2 women who have been violated in the Heavenly Law Alliance, and there are even more who don't know about it. Everyone has the right to punish such a person. Li Cheng was a guard, so he had secretly reported this to Long Juexin. However, due to the circumstances, Long Juexin could only pretend that he didn't know about it and endured it. Now that Su Yu had come back to get even with Fu Hongxue, Li Cheng was extremely pleased. Although he was a fence-sitter, he had his own bottom line. Fu Hongxue had crossed that bottom line, and he was the type of person that he hated the most. That was why he had volunteered to expose Fu Hongxue. Humph. Nonsense. It is difficult to prove that my grandson is such a person based on your words alone, Fu Songshan said. Such a statement is difficult to convince the masses. Li Cheng fell silent and didn't say anything else. He, who wants to convince the masses? I want his life because I want it, and it has nothing to do with whether the others believe me or not. Su Yu said calmly as he took a step forward. The conversation had ended there, and it was obvious that it had fallen through. Elders, everyone, let's work together and suppress this kid first. I will definitely give everyone an explanation for my grandson's matter after this. Fu Songshan was trying to stall for time. Most of the elders didn't move, as Li Cheng didn't seem to be lying. Fu Songshan's intention to protect him was too obvious. They were all people who cherished their own reputation, so how could they allow such a disgusting junior to tarnish their reputation? The crowd didn't surround them, but instead slowly moved to the sides, creating a path for the grandfather-grandson pair. Only Fu Songshan's people remained. At this critical juncture, if Fu Songshan fell, they wouldn't have a good ending either. Hence, they had no choice but to attack together, capture the leader first, and kill Su Yu first. With a loud roar, more than 10 elders rushed out from the crowd from all directions, all of them attacking Su Yu together. Li Cheng's expression turned serious. Formation. Creak. The 10 Annihilation Team members surrounded Su Yu, trapping him in the middle and protecting him tightly. A great battle was about to break out. The Annihilation Team's combat power was not weak, and they could take charge of an area by themselves. However, their opponents had more people, and at the same time, they were all old and experienced, so their combat power was shocking. After resisting for a short while, a hole was torn open in the defensive circle. The situation for Su Yu and the others immediately changed. Right at this moment, a few figures flashed in the crowd, and a few more figures appeared, all of them attacking Su Yu together. They also belonged to Fu Songshan's camp, but when they saw that the situation wasn't good, they didn't attack. Now that they saw an opportunity, they jumped out. Their participation caused the defensive circle to collapse immediately. Numerous figures tore open a hole in the defensive circle and started fighting with the Annihilation team. The situation became clear in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, 8 figures joined the camp at the same time, surrounding Su Yu and the others. Seeing this, Fu Zhongshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief, as the situation seemed to have stabilized. However, Su Yu, who was standing in the middle of the encirclement, finally put down his hands, which were behind his back, and looked around coldly. Those who should have come out, right? I guess this counts as me cleaning up the traitors for Alliance Master Long, right? With a swish, a spiritual ruler appeared in Su Yu's palm, which was glowing with a green light. Holding the spiritual ruler, Su Yu did not even turn his head as he casually slapped the right side of his body. Slap. A sound like a watermelon being smashed could be heard. What caused the surrounding attackers to gasp was that one of the elders who had tried to sneak attack Su Yu had his head smashed by Su Yu's ruler, and he was dead. Blood splattered on Su Yu's black robe, and also on his cheeks, making his handsome face look extremely evil. Slap. Slap. While the crowd was still in shock, Su Yu's figure blurred and disappeared, followed by 4 muffled sounds. The 4 elders who had surrounded him had their heads smashed by Su Yu's palm. There were many people present, but none of them had seen how Su Yu had attacked. By the time they heard the smashing sound, Su Yu had already stopped. Slap. Slap. While they were still in shock, Su Yu's figure had already been smashed into pieces. It was an afterimage, and his real body had already attacked. Everyone's hair stood on end. Whether it was Old Chen and the others who had not attacked, or the surrounding attackers, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Is that really a human being? Not all of the elders present were vital energy crystal half-fairies, but there were a few 2 crystals half-fairies. However, Su Yu, regardless of their cultivation, had been smashed to death by a ruler. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if he was smashing watermelons, killing one with each smack. Such a horrifying technique was suffocating. I quit. One of the elders who had surrounded Su Yu screamed as he ran away, as if he had seen a ghost. All of the elders who had surrounded Su Yu were terrified. They had thought that they were working together to kill a wolf, but only after they had arrived did they realize that it was actually a tiger in wolf's skin. With one of them fleeing, how could the rest of them still have any fighting spirit left? In a panic, many of the elders began to flee. Humph. Since you have chosen to attack, you must pay the price. 3 rays of golden light flew out from Su Yu's sleeves. 5 or 6 screams could be heard. They had not run far, but their lives were easily taken. During the battle. No, when the massacre stopped, everyone's beating hearts couldn't calm down even after a long time. In the dead silence, blood covered the ground, and the pungent smell of blood filled the hall. This was the bloodiest day in the history of the Heavenly Law Alliance. More than half of the elders had been slaughtered. The executioner was a silver-haired young man, who was standing in a pool of blood. At this moment, no one was able to utter a single word. Facing Su Yu now, they felt as if they were facing a giant beast. The suffocating pressure made them gasp for breath. Su Yu flicked his sleeves to get rid of the blood on his body. He was calm and did not feel that killing so many people was against the heavens. Ever since he had trained in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, Su Yu's temperament had become much colder. His gaze once again landed on Fu Hongxue. You shouldn't have tried to kill that person. Fu Hongxue staggered backward. As he looked at Su Yu, he felt as if he was looking at a monster. His heart was filled with regret. If there had been a chance, he would never have tried to kill Lord Yi Yu and Zi Yunxiang. Fu Zhongshan spat fiercely as he sat on the Alliance Master's seat, not daring to move. However, Su Yu had not forgotten about him. He said calmly, Fu Zhongshan, as an elder of the Heavenly Law Alliance, how should you punish someone who has committed crimes? Fu Zhongshan's heart was beating wildly, but he forced himself to calm down. Kill him. Then, why are you still hesitating? Su Yu's gaze gradually turned cold. Fu Zhongshan's whole body turned cold when he saw this. He actually wants me to kill my grandson with my own hands. However, even though Fu Zhongshan's heart was filled with pain and reluctance, for the sake of his own life, he had no choice but to be ruthless. Hongxue, don't blame me. You have violated the law, and as an elder, I can only punish you according to the law. Fu Tsangshan's eyes shone coldly as he suppressed his grief. Fu Hongxue was shocked and angry. You want to kill me? It was obviously you who ordered me to do so. You wanted to seize the Alliance Master's position, so you asked me to plot against Long Juexin secretly. You are the one who has committed the most heinous crime, and you are the one who deserves to die. I don't deserve to die. Fu Hongxue, who had been spoiled, had already developed a selfish personality. How could he sacrifice himself for others at such a critical moment? Hearing this, the elders were in an uproar. Long Juexin was framed. How did he frame him? Fu Tsangshan's face turned gloomy. Damn you, evil creature. You are about to die, yet you still don't understand. I have no choice but to kill you. With a miserable shriek, Fu Hongxue was killed in a pool of blood by his grandfather, who had doted on him the most. Fu Hongxue had caused so much trouble because of his grandfather's protection. Ironically, he had died because of his grandfather's betrayal. It was ironic that he had died because of his grandfather's betrayal. Everyone, the main culprit has been executed. I will reflect on this matter deeply. Fu Tsangshan bowed to the people present. However, before he could finish his sentence, he could not continue. This was because a small golden sword had pierced through his chest. You. Fu Tsangshan's eyes dimmed, and he fainted. The last words he heard were Su Yu's soft sigh as he played with the small golden sword. You are right. The main culprit has been executed. Reflect on your actions in the afterlife. However, reflect on your actions in the afterlife. One of the Fu family's grandfather and his grandson had been forced to death by Su Yu, while the other had died by his own hands. Such an ending caused the remaining elders to sigh. Many of the elders who had been slaughtered had died because of a momentary lapse in judgment. This was especially true for the group who had jumped out at the last moment. If they had been able to suppress their greed for fame and fortune, they would not have been killed by Su Yu. Looking at the silver-haired youth standing quietly in the pool of blood, everyone could not look away. What kind of existence was he? Chapter 627. Su Yu swept his gaze over the remaining elders, and everyone who was swept by his gaze felt their hearts tremble. Even a three-crystal half-fairy, the strongest expert in the Heavenly Law Alliance, had been instantly killed, let alone them. Who wouldn't have their hearts in their mouths at this moment? Would Su Yu kill all of the remaining higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in a frenzied manner? At such a crucial moment, everyone looked at Old Chen and the other elders, as they regarded them as their pillars of support. Old Chen grumbled inwardly, but he could only brace himself and ask, Senior Su, the Fu family's grandfather and grandson have already been executed. May I ask why you have come to the Heavenly Law Alliance? As Su Yu looked at them, who were trembling with fear, he found it quite funny, and his killing intent dissipated. A group of old people, all of whom were over 50 years old, had called him a senior, which was quite strange. Old Chen, you don't need to worry too much. I won't kill the innocent, Su Yu said calmly. These words seemed to have a miraculous and special power that allowed them to finally relax even though their hearts were tightly clenched. However, Su Yu's gaze turned ice-cold. However, I don't care how many of Fu Tsangshan's remaining members you have. You are lucky that you didn't come out. But, this is your last good luck. A few of the people who were swept by Su Yu's gaze felt weak, as they hadn't been able to react in time and hadn't attacked Su Yu yet. Old Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Su Yu asked, How is Alliance Master Long? He didn't ask anyone, but in everyone's ears, he seemed to be asking each and every one of them, as if he was a conqueror looking down on them. His invisible aura was more oppressive and frightening than any of the previous Heavenly Law Alliance Masters. Old Chen and the others felt ashamed. The Fu family's grandfather and grandson's last words had made them realize that they might have wronged Alliance Master Long. Now, how could they have the face to reply? Master, Alliance Master Long is. Seeing that no one was replying, Li Cheng spoke up. However, before he could finish, Su Yu interrupted him. Let them speak. He was letting the elders speak. The more Su Yu acted this way, the more ashamed they felt. What? Are you all speechless? Suyu looked around at them and said, "You are all seniors, and there are some things that shouldn't be said by a junior like me. However, what do you think of your performance in handling this matter? In such a chaotic world, the enemy is right in front of you, but the highest commander is easily impeached. Have you ever thought, if the enemy attacks now, who will lead the resistance without a leader? It is a great taboo to change the commander before a battle, yet such a preposterous thing actually happened in the Heavenly Law Alliance," Suyu said bluntly. The Zhonlong continent had been peaceful for too long, and there were very few disturbances. The Heavenly Law Alliance was neutral and had never fought with any factions. The elders in the alliance were used to a leisurely life. That was why there was such a taboo of changing the commander before a battle. Suyu's words hit the nail on the head, leaving old Chen and the others speechless. What Suyu had said was indeed reasonable. At that time, they had been influenced by Fu Songshan and his accomplices, so they hadn't given it much thought. "Aren't your words a bit too much?" However, most of the elders could not bear to hear such harsh words. A red-bearded elder, who had an unruly personality, couldn't hold back his words and retorted in front of everyone. Li Cheng's face was filled with killing intent, as he looked at Suyu with disdain. This red-bearded elder didn't even dare to let out a fart when Suyu was going on a killing spree. Now that he realized that Suyu wasn't someone who would kill the innocent, he decided to take advantage of him. "Elder Xiao Sui, watch your words. How can you speak to your master like that?" Li Cheng held the hilt of his sword at his waist. Suyu glanced at the red-bearded elder and shook his head inwardly. The scariest people weren't people like Fu Songshan, who fought for fame and power. Instead, it was people like Xiao Sui, who didn't know his own limits and didn't have any standpoint. Fu Songshan had only created a conflict between the higher-ups, but someone like Xiao Sui, who was so arrogant, could cause the Heavenly Law Alliance's destruction in such a chaotic whirl. Such carelessness and stubbornness would cause them to suffer greatly sooner or later. Suyu then looked at the other elders. Although their expressions didn't change, the displeasure in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Apart from old Chen and a few other elders, who could still hear Suyu's words, the rest of the elders all had disapproving expressions. Suyu was only disappointed in them. "Fine, let them be. That's all I have to say. All you need to know is that the Heavenly Law Alliance doesn't belong to just a few of you. Instead, it belongs to the many outstanding youths of the human race. It's the future of the human race. So, it's best to be cautious." Suyu waved his hand, signaling for Li Cheng to put away his sword. Xiao Sui then said proudly, "Supporting the human race is our Heavenly Law Alliance's tradition. I don't need you to teach us that." Suyu didn't bother to respond to such a stubborn person. Old Chen glanced at Xiao Sui and sighed silently. Xiao Sui was also a senior doyen, but he had always been a loner. How could old Chen not know about his character and character? On the surface, it seemed like he dared to speak and wasn't afraid of Suyu's power. But, in reality, he only bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was only because he knew that Suyu wouldn't kill him and that Suyu was a righteous person that he could refute without fear. If it was the Suyu who had just killed so many people, he probably wouldn't have dared to refute him. "Everyone, please don't speak anymore. I have failed the Alliance Master, so I will go and welcome him personally." Old Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he exchanged a few glances with the people around him, then left with an ashamed look on his face. With him taking the lead, the other elders naturally wouldn't fall behind. Even if they had to put on an act, they would still welcome the Alliance Master's return together. In the twinkling of an eye, only Suyu and a few others were left. "Master, Xiao Sui used you to gain attention. He's really hateful. Master, if you let him off just like that, you will only make them more arrogant." Li Cheng stared at Xiao Sui's back, clearly dissatisfied. He knew that he wasn't a good person, but he also couldn't stand people like Xiao Sui. Suyu seemed evil, but he was actually a righteous person. So, he had become a tool that some people could use against him. "Let them be. We have already reminded them of what we should." Suyu didn't care about it. After all, he had seen many things, and such a small matter wouldn't affect him. "Understood." Li Cheng bowed and retreated. As he looked at Su Yu's back, he felt that something was amiss. Su Yu was obviously a youth, but he had such an arrogant demeanor. If such a matter had happened to an ordinary person, even if they didn't get angry, they would at least hold a grudge. However, Su Yu was calm and had an extraordinary demeanor. I just don't know if it's his true demeanor or if it's just an act. Li Cheng secretly guessed. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Su Yu was just trying to create a good image. Elder Xiao, I was really worried for you just now. You actually dared to speak to Su Yu like that. On the way to welcome the Alliance Master, a group of elders, who had a good relationship with Xiao Sui, had a smile of admiration on their faces. Although they could also tell that Su Yu wasn't an evil person, who could be sure that he wouldn't kill the person who contradicted him just because he was displeased? Xiao Sui coldly snorted. What is there to be afraid of? Not to mention that he's just a kid, even if he's a real demon evil spirit, so what? I'll definitely say what I should say. I've crossed more bridges than he has crossed, so it's not yet time for him to teach the older generation a lesson. His words attracted many people's attention. They all admired Xiao Sui for daring to contradict Su Yu, who was a ferocious god. Elder Xiao Sui's straightforwardness is well known in the Heavenly Law Alliance. I saw that Su Yu was shocked by Elder Xiao Sui's words, but he didn't refute him at all. It's obvious that he was frightened by Elder Xiao Sui's demeanor, the red-nosed elder said with a smile. Hearing this, the elders, who had just survived a calamity, all revealed looks of approval. That's most likely the case. That ferocious god kills without batting an eyelid, but in front of Elder Xiao Sui, he was rendered speechless. TSK, this matter will surely be passed down. Only Brother Xiao Sui can scare even a ferocious god. Tonight, I'll be the host. Let's all gather together and get over our shock. Also, let me give Brother Xiao Sui a toast. Today, you have redeemed the dignity of the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders. The elders, who were on good terms with each other, started to make a ruckus. That's right. We must give Elder Xiao Sui a toast. More than half of our Heavenly Law Alliance's elders were killed by that kid. Even though he was so ferocious, he was still stopped by Brother Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui modestly cupped his fists at them. It's just my duty, so you don't need to make such a big fuss about it. However, we can still have a gathering tonight. How about we stay in the small pavilion that I built? Hearing this, the group of people were delighted. I heard that Elder Xiao Sui's small pavilion is a magical treasure that was refined by many different materials. It can even gather heaven and earth's spiritual energy. It's an excellent divine artifact, so it won't let anyone enter it easily. It seems like I'm going to benefit from it this time. A small pavilion? Haha, count me in as well. Tonight's banquet will surely be very lively. Hearing the ruckus behind them, Old Chen and the others couldn't help but furrow their brows. Not to mention the fact that they were on their way to welcome the Alliance Master, and not to mention the fact that they were making fun of Su Yu in order to redeem their dignity. Even though the Heavenly Law Alliance was currently in chaos, they still had the mood to drink and have fun. Su Yu was right. Some of them had gotten used to a comfortable life, and their sense of danger had already been erased. A slight sense of danger welled up in their hearts. Su Yu had probably just mentioned the Heavenly Law Alliance's greatest crisis. It wasn't that they weren't powerful enough, but that their hearts weren't righteous. Outside Long Juexin's house. Long Juexin was startled when he saw the many elders. Did Fu Tsangshan come up with another plot to kill him? However, he didn't sense any killing intent from them, so he became slightly vigilant. Sirs, aren't you giving me a hard time by coming to see me together? Sensing the mockery in Zhongshen's words, Old Chen felt too ashamed to show his face. May I be so bold as to ask the Alliance Head to clear up our doubts? Alliance Head, please explain to us what happened on the execution platform. Hey! Long Juexin raised his brows. He could faintly sense that the situation had taken a turn for the better. Could it be that Old Chen and the others had come to ask him about the truth? Regardless of whether it was Fu Tsangshan's plot or not, it wouldn't be a bad thing for one more person to know the truth. Thus, he explained in detail how he had been forced to release Su Yu, only to fall into his trap in the end. Chapter 628. A group of elders rushed forward, opened the sealed door, and let Long Juexin out. Long Juexin was extremely confused. It had only been 4 hours, so why had such a drastic change happened to them? Long Juexin smelled a bloody aura from their bodies. He looked around and realized that Fu Songshan's accomplices were nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where is Fu Songshan? Long Juexin's heart thumped wildly. If Fu Songshan were still alive, he would not have allowed so many elders to come and ask him about the truth. Long Juexin had a crazy thought in his mind. Could it be that Fu Songshan had already? Alliance Master, Fu Songshan has been killed, along with all of his accomplices, Old Chen replied. Boom. Long Juexin was overjoyed. Over the past 2 years, his enemies, Fu Songshan and his henchmen, had been like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Yet, in just 4 hours, they were all gone. Elder Ju, has he woken up? Long Juexin was even more elated. He had never felt so happy before, and even his injuries seemed to have healed. In such a chaotic world, having a top-notch expert like Elder Ju would undoubtedly make the Heavenly Law Alliance safer. The faces of Old Chen and the others stiffened. Old Chen laughed self-mockingly. It was indeed an elder who saved me, but it was not Elder Ju. It was another elder. Another elder. Long Juexin's smile froze, and his heart thumped. Apart from Elder Ju, only the King of Darkness, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, could be called an elder. Could it be that he had personally come to the Heavenly Law Alliance? Why would he come? Long Juexin was lost in thought, and his joyful heart sank to the bottom. The arrival of the King of Darkness was not a good thing, as the Empire of Darkness was in a precarious situation and could be destroyed at any moment. Now that he had come to the Heavenly Law Alliance, it was most likely to seek help. No, he had killed half of the elders because he wanted to take over the Heavenly Law Alliance. Old Chen was startled. Could it be that Alliance Master Long knew that Su Yu would come back? Alliance Master, he is still in the hall, and he has not left yet, Old Chen said. Long Juexin immediately hid his surprise, and his expression did not change. He then said, "All right, follow me." Upon seeing this, Old Chen guessed inwardly that Alliance Master Long and Su Yu already had an agreement. If that was the case, it was very likely that Alliance Master Long had set up a trap to lure Fu Songshan and the remaining members of the evil faction out of their lair and capture them all at once. Thinking of this, Old Chen was overwhelmed with shock. What a grand scheme! What a deep scheme! In his heart, his admiration for Long Juexin and Su Yu increased greatly. The closer he got to the main hall, the heavier Long Juexin's footsteps became. Along the way, he kept thinking about how to get out of this situation. But in the end, he realized that any scheme was unnecessary. The strength of the King of Darkness was a mystery to all the martialists on the continent. The only thing he could be sure of was that he was the strongest cultivator on the continent. Hundreds of years ago, when he came out of seclusion for the first time, he swept through the world and destroyed the Yu clan and Tu clan of the 8 great ancient clans. His divine might was matchless. Back then, he was already the #1 expert. No one knew what level he had reached now. Such a peerless monarch, all plots and schemes were futile in front of him. With a heavy heart, Long Juexin stepped into the main hall with great difficulty. As before, he hesitated and stopped in his tracks, muttering to himself for a long time. Then, with a sorrowful tone, he asked, "Old Chen, how long have we worked together?" Old Chen was startled and confused. "Since the last Alliance Master, it has been more than 100 years. 100 years? Ha, 100 years have passed in a blink of an eye. I, Long Juexin, have been muddle-headed and clear-headed before. Perhaps that is enough." With his back facing them, Long Juexin's expression was unusually bleak. "Old Chen, on account of our 100 years of working together, could you do me a favor? What is going on?" Old Chen had a blank look on his face. "Alliance Master, please speak." Long Juexin revealed a relieved smile. "Thank you, Old Chen. Old Chen, please help me burn incense for Aojue and Wuxin every Qingming festival. That way, I will not be too lonely." Old Chen finally understood Long Juexin's last words. He could not help but open his eyes wide. What is going on between the Alliance Master and Su Yu? Does the Alliance Master really know who is inside? Old Chen realized that the senior he was referring to might be different from the one Long Juexin was thinking of. However, before he could reply, Long Juexin had already stepped into the main hall. It was as if he was about to die. I will leave everything to you, Old Chen. Creak. Then, he shook his sleeves, and the main door of the main hall closed with a creaking sound. The door was tightly shut, and the sunlight in the room was limited. Even though he was dozens of feet away, Long Juexin could clearly see the Annihilation team standing respectfully on both sides of the door. They were not greeting him respectfully like before. Instead, they were waiting for someone else's orders. Has the Annihilation team already fallen? Long Juexin's heart sank slightly. His eyes gradually moved upwards, and he looked at the figure standing in the middle of the main hall. The ground was littered with corpses, and the blood had formed a river. The dim lighting made the figure look extremely hazy, and Long Juexin could only see its outline clearly. However, such a hazy figure gave Long Juexin a strong sense of oppression. Such a feeling was only felt when he was facing Elder Ju. It really was the figure of a king. Long Juexin squinted his eyes and tried his best to see the figure clearly. However, he could only see its outline clearly. It was a young figure, and it seemed a little too young. The King of Darkness has actually maintained his youthful appearance. How surprising. Long Juexin was secretly shocked. No one would have expected the King of Darkness to be so young. As he looked at the young figure, Long Juexin felt even more pressured. Heavenly Law Alliance Master Long Juexin, please forgive me for not being able to welcome the King of Darkness personally. Long Juexin calmed himself down and tried his best to look neither servile nor overbearing. He moved. From the corner of his eyes, the King of Darkness figure moved. Long Juexin's heart gradually became nervous, and he secretly clenched his fists. Finally, the figure turned around, and he faced him directly. Long Juexin did not know whether it was a psychological effect, but he felt as if the figure's deep eyes could penetrate through space. Long Juexin's body stiffened, and he gasped in shock. What sharp eyes! Long Juexin's heart was in his throat, and he was extremely nervous. The King of Darkness was the continent's strongest expert, and he was a terrifying existence that could easily destroy him. The King of Darkness? Where is he? However, what made Long Juexin freeze was that the King of Darkness had asked him a question in return. Moreover, the voice was extremely familiar. Thud, thud, thud. As the King of Darkness walked over, Long Juexin gradually saw his face clearly. However, because he could see it clearly, he was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. Su Yu. Long Juexin stuttered for a long time before he managed to say the name of the face. He could not believe his eyes. The King of Darkness that he had mentioned was actually Su Yu. No, wait. Could Su Yu be the King of Darkness's disciple? As he recalled that Su Yu had the title of Black Snow Devil King, which was somewhat similar to the Seven Lords of Darkness, he came back to his senses and looked around. Where is the King of Darkness? How are you related to him? Su Yu blinked his eyes in confusion. He had never met the King of Darkness before, so how could they be related? Has the King of Darkness been here before? Long Juexin's nervous expression made Su Yu break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the King of Darkness had been here before, and he had not noticed it? As he thought about this, Su Yu's heart trembled. If that was the case, the King of Darkness's abilities must be terrifyingly high. Aren't you the King of Darkness's disciple? Su Yu's strange reaction caused Long Juexin to sink into confusion. Su Yu shook his head. I have never met him before. Long Juexin was shocked. If you are not, why are you here? Wait, why didn't the Annihilation team stop you from entering? Su Yu smacked his lips. I have always been here, always been here. Long Juexin seemed to realize something, but it disappeared in a flash. He asked in surprise, then, did the elder who came just now allow you to stay here? He did not chase you away? Long Juexin could not believe this. Since the Annihilation team was still here, it meant that the elder must be nearby. There was no reason for him to allow Su Yu to stay here. Hey, elder? Which elder? Su Yu blurted out, as if he had understood something. Long Juexin pointed at the horrifying corpses on the ground. Of course it's the elder who killed Fu Tsangshan and his followers. Su Yu's expression froze. Long Juexin had misunderstood. He did not know how old Chen and the others had described him, but he had actually described him as the Black Snow Devil King. If you are talking about the elder who killed Fu Tsangshan and his followers, and if there is no one else, then you are probably talking about me. Su Yu pointed at himself awkwardly. He had actually made such a mistake. Long Juexin was startled. You? He was dumbfounded, as Su Yu had said that he had killed many experts here. He could not wrap his head around this. Li Cheng, who was standing at the door, could not bear to watch this any longer. Long Juexin's behavior made him feel both funny and sad. The dignified Heavenly Law Alliance Master was acting in such a funny manner, all because he was weaker than someone else. Alliance Master Long, Su Yu is my master. He was also the one who led us here to kill Fu Tsangshan and the other pests of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Long Juexin finally accepted the fact that Su Yu was the King of Darkness that he had been looking for. While he was feeling extremely awkward, Long Juexin felt as if he had fallen into a space-time turbulence. Was Su Yu really that powerful? Is it possible that the Annihilation Team is attacking and Su Yu is just supporting them? He seemed to have seen through Long Juexin's thoughts, and in order to prevent him from continuing like this, he said, "Our Annihilation Team only managed to kill 2 people. The remaining 19 people, including Fu Tsangshan and his grandson, were all killed by you alone." Dong dong, Long Juexin's heart violently thumped twice. Su Yu single-handedly massacred almost all of them. Su Senior, may I ask what your current cultivation level is? Long Juexin was already convinced that being able to subdue 10 members of the Annihilation Team and make them submit to him was already an extremely powerful ability. To be able to kill so many elders single-handedly, his strength was beyond imagination. Elder He Lai, call me Su Yu. Su Yu chuckled calmly. We are waiting here to bid farewell to you, Alliance Master. Moreover, I still have another matter to attend to, and I must give you a pleasant surprise. Chapter 629. A pleasant surprise. Long Juexin's fluctuating emotions had yet to calm down. In the past, if Su Yu had mentioned a pleasant surprise, he would have just laughed it off. After all, as the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, what pleasant surprise could a junior possibly give him? But now, his heart couldn't help but tremble. As someone as powerful as Su Yu, his so-called pleasant surprise would surely be no small matter. Alliance Master Long, when you found out that I was able to come back after the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion closed, didn't you have any hopes? Su Yu wore a faint smile. Hearing this, Alliance Master Long's eyes, which were filled with anticipation, quickly dimmed. The bitterness and grief that he had suppressed for a long time slowly appeared in his eyes. After all, when he found out that the Black Snow Devil King, who was supposed to have died in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, had come back alive, he had hoped that his daughter, Long Wuxin, would also come back. But that was just an extravagant hope. Su Yu's words stirred up the grief that he had been suppressing for the past few days. His whole body was filled with an indescribable loneliness. He had no relatives in the world, and he was drifting alone in the world. How could he not feel lonely? His expression was the best answer. It seems like Alliance Master Long won't be disappointed by this pleasant surprise. Su Yu smiled as he opened the 9-jade spiritual pearl. 2 thumb-sized light shadows flew out of it, becoming bigger and bigger. In the end, they turned into 2 human-sized balls. When the light disappeared, 2 women's figures could be seen clearly. They were both sitting cross-legged, as if they had just finished some kind of cultivation. They were resting and preparing to adapt to the changes in their bodies. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they weren't any weaker than any member of Su Yu's Annihilation Team. Faint halos appeared above their heads. These halos were formed by vital energy, and there were many ancient characters on them. They seemed quite mysterious. The halos were floating 3 inches above their heads, and their golden radiance shone on their smooth skin, making their beautiful faces seem even more alluring. This was especially the case for the petite woman, whose halos were even more condensed. Her exquisite face, which was like a mountain fairy's, seemed like it had been carved. She was Qin Xiana, and the other was naturally Long Wuxin. When they had been chased by Chou Ziming, Su Yu had taken them into his spatial ring to protect them. Now that they were out of danger and they had finished their cultivation, they were released. Before the two figures became clear, Long Wuxin stared at the tall figure on the right. That familiar aura originated from their bloodline connection, causing Long Wuxin to forget to breathe and forget himself. He could only stare blankly at the figure that was gradually becoming clearer. When he finally confirmed that it was his daughter, who was supposed to have died in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, he could no longer hold it in and said her name with a trembling voice. That call was like a stream of life spring, and it nourished Long Wuxin's dried-up heart. It made his lonely figure shine with confidence once again. Long Wuxin, who was gradually waking up, heard a familiar call, and her eyes gradually opened. At first, he was at a loss, but when he saw his father's figure reflected in his eyes, he woke up. "Father, why are you crying?" Long Wuxin was astonished. She felt that she had only experienced a short period of 2 months, and most of the time had been spent cultivating in the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Time had passed in the blink of an eye. How could she immediately understand that she had actually been separated from her father for 2 years, and that he had even been mistaken for dead? No. Father is fine. Long Wuxin's heart was trembling, his body was trembling, and even his eyes were trembling. However, he was trembling with joy. The reunion of father and daughter was filled with warmth. Su Yu smiled silently. "Oh, where's Brother Black Snow?" Qin Xiana, who had just woken up, mumbled before she opened her eyes. Then, a pair of big eyes that shone like gems slowly opened after the eyelashes that were like cattail leaf fans moved a few times. It was bright, clear, and contained the purest light in the world. Those eyes were as pure as ever. In a daze, Xiana scanned the surroundings with her big watery eyes. She did not discover Su Yu's presence, so she pouted and asked, "Where is Brother Black Snow?" However, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. She wrinkled her nose suspiciously. Her head turned like a lotus leaf as she glanced sideways at the familiar figure. With one look, her mind completely froze. She muttered absent-mindedly, Su Yu." She was at a loss at first, then shocked, and finally speechless, until her eyes were filled with tears. Ever since she had been taken away by the Phoenix Cabinet's master in the Luxian faction, they had not seen each other again. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. How could she have known that they had already reunited as the Black Snow Devil King? As Su Yu gazed at her delicate face from such a close distance, he felt a tender affection for her. He smiled and stretched out his arms. "Brother Su Yu." Xiana cried tears of joy as she threw herself into Su Yu's embrace like a butterfly. "Brother Su Yu, I have finally met you. I thought that I would never see you again." Xiana stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Su Yu's neck. Her face was filled with joy, and tears of joy flowed freely from it. Su Yu felt guilty. Because of his identity, he had not been able to reveal his identity earlier, and they had only met today. "Xiana has grown up." Su Yu hugged the petite body in his arms. It was warm and soft, like cotton. After 3 years, Xiana had grown up slightly. She had also grown taller, and her figure had become slender. This was a sign that she was gradually maturing. Hearing this, Xiana held back her tears and giggled foolishly. The innocence in her smile was unparalleled. Su Yu felt a tender affection for her, and he stroked her head. As he recalled how his feelings for Xiana had wavered, he couldn't help but blame himself. "Brother Su Yu, here." Suddenly, Xiana seemed to have recalled something, and she took out a small pouch from her waist. The pouch was filled with many objects. Su Yu took it curiously, and when he touched it, he felt a wisp of spatial energy. He was slightly surprised to find that it was a spatial storage artifact. As he opened it, he was startled by the items inside. The first thing that entered his eyes was the dragon abyss of the 9 underworld specialty, the dragon abyss fruit. Su Yu was quite familiar with these items, as many of them had been given to Xiana by the Black Snow Devil King. Moreover, there were many precious elixirs that could increase one's spiritual energy and cultivation. These items had never appeared on the market before, so it was obvious that they had been given to her by the undead Phoenix Master. Finally, there were some mysterious scrolls and spiritual objects. They were all neatly stored and carefully stored. Xiana, what are these? Suyu was surprised. Xiana's face was flushed, and she rubbed the corner of her clothes. She was slightly embarrassed, nervous, and apprehensive. They are for you. It must be very hard for you to cultivate alone, so I want to leave them for you. Hearing this, Suyu's heart trembled, and he felt a warm feeling in his heart. In the past, they had received a limited number of Dragon Abyss fruits, and most of them were incomplete. However, Xiana used the incomplete Dragon Abyss fruits for herself. She could not bear to part with a single complete fruit, and she had left them all for this day. There was also the cultivation elixirs that the undead Phoenix Master had secretly given to Xiana. She had also hidden a portion of them for Suyu. These items were useless to Suyu now. But they were like thunder, and Suyu's heart was shaken. She was still the same as before, always leaving the best for Suyu. Time was changing, but she was still standing in the same place as before. Suyu's throat was dry, and he could not speak for a moment. He could not find a reason to let such a woman down. Xiana. After a long time, Suyu's voice became hoarse, and his tone changed. Why did you do this for me? Xiana lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at Suyu with her bright eyes. Because I only have brother Suyu and my father. Her only family, her father, Suyu. In Xiana's heart, they were all like family. One was her father, and the other was her husband. Suyu was even more shaken. While he had still thought of their relationship as an unmarried one, Xiana had long regarded Suyu as her husband. Xie Jingyu's figure flashed across his mind. Thinking back to his past hesitation, Suyu's heart ached. How could he let Xiana down in this life? Lowering his head, Suyu kissed Xiana's forehead. Xiana's petite body trembled, her face red. She raised her head shyly, closed her eyes, and offered her rosy lips. Her shy look with her eyes closed was like a red lotus that could be plucked. She was beautiful and alluring. Suyu sucked on her bright red lips. They were soft, supple, and fragrant. With the kiss, the two of them sank into oblivion. After a long time, Xiana's breathing quickened, and they slowly separated. Suyu felt a strange feeling in his heart. He looked at the petite figure in front of him, feeling the body in his arms that was gradually heating up. Xiana sensed Suyu's strange behavior, and her face became even redder. She buried her head in Suyu's chest, not daring to look at his eyes. Brother Suyu, if you want it, I can give it to you at any time. After not seeing her for 3 years, she was no longer the little girl in the Luxian faction, who thought that the wedding night was just a kiss. Both her body and heart had matured. Suyu's heart was filled with tenderness, and he gently held her in his arms. He felt that he could no longer let her go. With such a wife, what more could he ask for? Suyu, take good care of Xiana, as she has sacrificed too much for you. Long Wuxin had just reunited with her father, and after they reminisced about the past, she sighed with a complicated expression. Suyu looked at her and nodded with a smile. I understand. However, Long Wuxin shook her head regretfully. No. You don't understand what Xiana has given up for you. We obtained the Fairy King's relic, which belonged to an almighty divine master. At first, we thought that most of the relic had already been taken by others, but we accidentally discovered a space. That was the true relic left behind by the Fairy King. We even encountered the remnant soul of the Fairy King. She then added, do you know that Xiana is actually the inheritor of the Fairy King's remnant soul? I only obtained 10% of the legacy, and the other 90% was all given to Xiana. However, her cultivation is only about the same as mine. The remnant soul of a divine master? Suyu was secretly surprised. The legacy that they had obtained was really extraordinary. Chapter 630. Hearing this, Suyu's heart shook once again. Was it the last bit of the mysterious spiritual liquid in his pocket? He had even given up on the fairy realm in order to leave the benefits to Suyu. Unknowingly, Suyu hugged Xiana even tighter. Xian. Suyu's heart was moved, and he lowered his head to look at Xian, who was in his embrace. Thank you, Miss Wuxin, for telling me. I know what to do. Su Yu smiled gratefully. If not for Long Wuxin, Xiana would not have told him the truth. Long Wuxin nodded. If you betray Xiana, I will be the first to not let you off. A woman like her no longer exists in this world. Don't threaten brother Su Yu. He will not let me down. Xiana turned her head away. Her face was red, and she glared at Long Wuxin angrily. Long Juexin wiped away his tears and regained his composure. As he looked at Su Yu, his gaze was filled with deep gratitude. Long Wuxin had already stated clearly that it was Su Yu who had saved her and Qin Xiana. As for how he had saved them and where Su Yu had placed them, she didn't mention it, and Long Juexin didn't ask. The elders outside are probably getting impatient from waiting. Let's take care of business first, Long Juexin said. Su Yu and the others nodded and retreated to the two sides of the hall. Creak, the door to the hall opened, and many elders from the outside streamed in. Long Juexin did not sit at the Alliance Master's seat. Instead, he stood at the side and looked down at the crowd from above. As he swept his gaze across everyone's faces, his expression became complicated. Fu Tsungshan has been executed, and his followers have been killed. In the future, we will need to be even more united in order to face the enemy together. Looking at the corpses of the elders on the ground, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Too many elders had died in this battle. More than half of them had perished. It could be said that the Heavenly Law Alliance's upper echelons had been reduced sharply, and if there was any internal strife, the Heavenly Law Alliance might destroy itself before the enemy arrived. Yes, Alliance Master, everyone replied in unison. However, Long Juexin suddenly walked down from the high platform and went to Fu Tsungshan's corpse. He then retrieved the Heavenly Law core from his body. Today, there is one more thing that I need to announce to you, to the Heavenly Law Alliance, and to the whole world. Long Juexin held the Heavenly Law core in his hand. His expression was grave. Everyone was shocked. They needed to announce it to the entire world. How big of a deal was that? Could it be that the Heavenly Law Alliance was preparing to revolt against the otherworldly invaders? I, Long Juexin, as the current Alliance Master, announce that from today onwards, I will step down from my position as the Alliance Master. Instead, I will recommend Su Yu to be the new Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Long Juexin announced the shocking news. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. Guild Master. No. Old Chen and the others were shocked. After all, they had finally gotten rid of Fu Tsungshan, who was their mortal enemy. Now, it was time for Long Juexin to regain his power. Yet, he had chosen to give up such a good opportunity. However, Long Juexin seemed to have already made up his mind. He waved his hand and said sincerely, "The Heavenly Law Alliance will support the human race and save the future of the common people. This Alliance Master has already done his best." However, as everyone can see, the continent's situation is unprecedentedly grim, and I am no longer able to maintain the current situation. The Heavenly Law Alliance needs a stronger and bolder leader. I believe that everyone has heard of Su Yu's reputation. He is loyal and righteous. There's no need to doubt his strength. Everyone here has witnessed his charisma. I believe that there's no one more suitable to be the new Alliance Master than him. Long Juexin had actually given up his position as the Heavenly Law Alliance Master to Su Yu. The unexpected scene caught Su Yu off guard, and he was stunned. He instinctively rejected the offer. All along, Su Yu had been doing this for himself, for his family, and for his love. He had never thought about the common people, so he wasn't ready to take on such a great responsibility. Alliance Master, please reconsider. Old Chen and the others tried to dissuade Long Juexin. However, Long Juexin had already made up his mind. You don't need to dissuade me anymore. While I was under house arrest, I thought about it a lot. The current Heavenly Law Alliance can no longer be controlled by ordinary people. We need an extraordinary leader, a hero whose abilities are on par with the First World Senior. If I can't even quell the internal strife, how can I lead the Heavenly Law Alliance through this calamity? He then added, moreover, all of you are aware of my body's condition. I'm afraid that I'm no longer suitable to be the Alliance Master. Su Yu is the best candidate that I have chosen after careful consideration. In the current continent, who else is the most suitable? Long Juexin asked in a sonorous voice. In terms of strength, he killed a 3 crystals half-fairy in an instant. In terms of courage, he killed more than half of the elders by himself without any mercy. Su Yu had both qualities that a leader needed. Apart from him, who else would be suitable for the Alliance Master's position? When Old Chen and the others saw that Long Juexin was truly willing to step down, they sighed deeply and started to consider Su Yu. Indeed, as the Alliance Master had said, the current situation required a new Alliance Master like Su Yu. Most of the elders quietened down as they seriously considered Alliance Master Long's words. Su Yu being their new Alliance Master might be a better situation for them. After all, the Heavenly Law Alliance urgently needed unrivaled strength. Only Su Yu, who was involved in this, could only smile bitterly. He really didn't have the resolve to help the common people. After thinking about it for a while, Su Yu decided to reject the offer. However, before he could reject it, a group of elders, led by Xiao Sui, exchanged glances with each other. "Wait. I don't agree." A loud and determined voice suddenly rang out. The crowd automatically parted, revealing Xiao Sui. He glanced at Su Yu and said calmly, "Alliance Master, please reconsider. I don't think that Su Yu has the ability to become the Alliance Master. In terms of experience, I think that Su Yu, who is still young, can't compare to us elders. In terms of leadership ability, he, who has only been a deputy palace master, can't compare to us elders. In terms of both aspects, Su Yu is not suitable to become the new Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance." His words seemed reasonable, but he was just flaunting his seniority. Age couldn't decide everything. Although they were old, they might not have experienced as much as Su Yu. He had walked all the way from the Shenyu Prefecture's Martial Arts Training Institute, and every step he took was filled with danger. His life had been full of ups and downs. These old fellows, who had lived like princes, could not compare to Su Yu. In terms of leadership ability, no matter how incompetent Su Yu was, he was still better than them, who had changed the Alliance Master at the last minute. Long Juexin frowned slightly. "Elder Xiao Sui, this is an important moment of life and death for the Heavenly Law Alliance. I hope that you can consider the bigger picture and consider this seriously." How could Long Juexin not know Xiao Sui's character? He was trying to impress the crowd and show off his qualifications. If this was a normal discussion, it wouldn't have mattered. However, this matter concerned the replacement of the old and new Alliance Master. "Alliance Master, what do you mean?" "This is the result of my serious consideration." Xiao Sui's face was filled with displeasure. "I am only thinking for the Heavenly Law Alliance and speaking my mind. If the Alliance Master feels that I shouldn't have said anything, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Long Juexin was furious when he saw him acting so shamelessly. This kind of elder, who did not know right from wrong and lived like a prince, was sometimes even more dangerous than Fu Tsongshan. Just like now, when it came to the important matter of the replacement of the Alliance Master, they were the ones causing trouble. "Elder Xiao Sui, please allow me to say something." Long Wuxin stepped forward and said expressionlessly, "Elder Xiao Sui, since you think that age determines your experience and leadership ability, why don't you compare your cultivation level and abilities? You are old enough to be Su Yu's grandfather. With such a huge age gap, why are your abilities inferior to his? To put it bluntly, you have lived for so long, yet you are inferior to Su Yu, who has only lived for a dozen years. Have you lived these 100 years like a dog?" Long Juexin was concerned about his status, so he could not say some harsh words out loud. However, Long Wuxin did not have any reservations and was arrogant and disdainful. She was arrogant and looked down on people who liked to show off even though their abilities were inferior to others. Even Long Juexin had an embarrassed look on his face. After all of the older generation here were weaker than Su Yu, so he wondered, are they really living like dogs? Su Yu shook his head, then turned to look at Long Juexin. However, many of them were secretly praising Su Yu in their hearts. After all, age did not determine everything. Su Yu's abilities were superior to those of the older generation, so his experience might not necessarily be inferior to theirs. You. Xiao Sui was furious and felt that he had lost all face. Long Wuxin said calmly, "What do you mean? If you think that your abilities are stronger than Su Yu's, then come out and fight him. Or, if you can use your mouth to scare the invaders from the other world away, that's fine too. If you can't do either, then shut up. The Heavenly Law Alliance is facing a matter of life and death, so you had better be serious. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Law Alliance is gone, what will happen to you?" Xiao Sui's face was dark, and his heart was filled with anger. However, he was not afraid of Su Yu, as he understood Su Yu's character better than most people. He knew that Su Yu would not harm him because of this. However, Long Wuxin, a woman as cold and arrogant as frost, similarly would not kill him. However, beating him up in front of everyone was still something that she could do. Thus, after struggling for a while, he did not dare to refute. Long Juexin secretly despised him. He was indeed someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they all shut up, Long Juexin didn't try to stop them anymore. He looked at Su Yu and asked, "Su Yu, are you willing to take on the role of the Heavenly Law Alliance's people? To continue the fire of the human race?" In most of the elders' eyes, Su Yu didn't have anything at all. So, having the status of the Heavenly Law Alliance's master was exactly what Su Yu wanted. Hence, this was the best opportunity for him to expand his influence. It was like a pie falling from the sky, so there was no reason for him to reject it. However, Su Yu was still extremely solemn, and he clearly rejected him. "I'm sorry, Alliance Master Long, but I'm afraid that I can't bear such a heavy responsibility. Just as Elder Xiao Sui said, I'm lacking in many aspects. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to take on such a great responsibility." Most people might think that Su Yu had only managed to take control of the Heavenly Law Alliance because he had encountered a great opportunity. However, only Su Yu knew that the Heavenly Law Alliance was just a burden to him. They couldn't increase Su Yu's power in any way. Instead, he would need to protect the continent's human race's outstanding descendants. Su Yu's unexpected rejection shocked and confused everyone. Long Juexin had a vague premonition that Su Yu wasn't someone who cared about fame and fortune. "I hope that you can reconsider it." Long Juexin thought about it for a while, then took back his order for the time being. Su Yu cupped his fists at him. "I will." The replacement of the Alliance's master came to an end. After the meeting was over, many of the elders left one after another. Only Long Juexin and the others were left. "Su Yu, you should stay in the Heavenly Law Alliance for the next few days. Xiana and Wuxin have received the same legacy, so they can interact with each other in terms of cultivation. This will be beneficial to them. You can take Xiana away with you after this." Long Juexin tried to calm Su Yu down. Su Yu understood Long Juexin's intentions, so he rubbed Xiana's small hand and nodded. "All right. Elder Xiao Sui." Xiao Sui and the others gathered together. Elder Xiao Sui has once again displayed his might. The red-nosed elder laughed. "Isn't this the second time that Elder Xiao Sui has managed to subdue Su Yu?" Hearing this, another person laughed. "Speaking of which, it's interesting. Actually, I had my reservations about Elder Xiao Sui's ability to subdue Su Yu the first time. I didn't expect Su Yu to reject Alliance Master Long and the others. In my opinion, Elder Xiao Sui's righteous and outspoken words have caused Su Yu to have some misgivings, which is why he has temporarily rejected Su Yu." Hearing this, Xiao Sui's expression became gloomy. His mind was filled with thoughts of Long Wuxin. His expression relaxed. "Why should I be afraid? Perhaps that guy has other ideas." Although he said this, his expression showed that he had taken credit for it. Being praised by the crowd, Xiao Sui's mood was greatly relieved. He suddenly remembered the day's agreement. "Everyone, if you have time, why don't you come to my small building and drink some wine to discuss the situation in the Heavenly Law Alliance?" Hearing this, the crowd naturally agreed. They had been looking forward to Xiao Sui's small building for a long time. "Haha, that's right. Let's go to the small building and continue our discussion. Xiao Sui and Zhong La have managed to subdue Su Yu twice. What a wonderful story. We must drink some wine and talk about it." The group of people laughed as they headed toward Xiao Sui's residence. Chapter 631. In the depths of the battleship, the core region was heavily guarded. The safest place was naturally the resting area of the high-level elders. They were the soul of the Heavenly Law Alliance, so they could not afford to lose them. In a room that was only 1,000 feet wide, the 5 elders looked around with interest. There were simple stone tables and ordinary decorations, which were no different from the other elders' rooms. TSK, the treatment that the Heavenly Law Alliance gives us high-level elders is really harsh. The red-nosed elder looked around and said, even a senior elder like Elder Xiao Sui, who is at the level of Doyen, is only allocated a house that is 300 meters wide. It's only 200 meters bigger than an ordinary elder. His words hit the nail on the head. All of them were famous experts of the older generation in the Zhonlong continent. If they stayed in the continent, they would be worshipped by tens of thousands of people and enjoy endless enjoyment. However, in the Heavenly Law Alliance, they lived a simple life. This was a rule set by the First World Senior. The resources of the Heavenly Law Alliance were to be used to nurture the outstanding descendants of the human race. Such a rule was very strict. The value of the resources in every elder's room, as well as the amount of resources that they could enjoy every month, were all clearly stated in detail. Their treatment was only slightly better than those of the younger generation by 10 to 20%. Such a simple life was an unimaginable torture for people who were used to luxury. Hence, not everyone could adapt to the simple life in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Even people like Xiao Sui, who had similar ambitions, could not change their habits of enjoying life. Hearing this, one of the elders agreed, that's right. To protect the younger generation of the human race, we are willing to condescend to the Heavenly Law Alliance to protect them. Do you know how great the sacrifice is? Yet, the treatment we receive is really disappointing. The people present all shook their heads slightly, revealing looks of disappointment for the Heavenly Dao Union. Let's talk to the Alliance Master after we have avoided this disaster. Xiao Sui thought for a moment, then said something conservative. Now, let's go to my small pavilion for a chat. I have prepared a surprise for everyone, and I believe that everyone will like it. Xiao Sui smiled mysteriously. The 4 elders became spirited, and their eyes lit up. We finally have a chance to see the rumored pavilion, and there is a surprise. Haha, Elder Xiao Sui is really thoughtful. I just don't know what the surprise will be. Xiao Sui chuckled and took out a picturesque scroll from his sleeve. The scroll was hazy, immortal mist drifting about. On top of a lake, mist lingered about. An exquisite pavilion stood in the middle of the lake. The scenery was exceptional, aloof from the world, exceptionally beautiful. Within the painting, there were beautiful maids and beautiful dancers in purple. They were singing, and it was a very lively scene. Hiss. Space-type magic treasure? The old man with rosacea was shocked. I've long heard that Elder Xiao Sui is proficient in the Tao of space, but I didn't expect that you could imbue your space divine ability into a painting. Just the value of this painting is probably on par with a high-quality god artifact, right? The few elders were secretly shocked. How could a scroll that could contain space divine art be made from ordinary materials? It went without saying where these materials came from. They were obtained from the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, they couldn't believe that the Heavenly Law Alliance's resources were all controlled by the Alliance Master. So how did Xiao Sui get these materials? Haha, everyone, please enter first. Xiao Sui waved his hand, and the painting twisted, revealing a space vortex. Under his lead, the 4 elders stepped into the painting. Instantly, they entered another independent space, and the scenery in front of them was exactly the same as the painting. They had become the people in the painting. Greetings, Elder Xiao Sui. The dancers and maids in the painting were actually living people. When they sensed that Xiao Sui and the others had entered, they immediately came forward to greet them. The leading dancer lowered her head and was extremely respectful. This is the famous #1 female genius in the Western continent, He Wantong? The old man with rosacea stared at the leading dancer and couldn't help but be surprised. He Wantong had a classic oval face, and her phoenix eyes contained a natural charm. Every frown and smile was charming. Her slender and beautiful dance posture couldn't be hidden under her gorgeous wide sleeves. When the other 3 elders saw this, they were also surprised. He Wantong was a famous beauty among the juniors she had taken in. She had many pursuers, and even the elders had heard about her. However, it was said that she had been concentrating on her cultivation and didn't come out easily. She didn't care about the lechers who pursued her, so she had a good reputation. They didn't expect that she wasn't cultivating, but was acting as a dancer in Xiao Sui's small building. Tong Xiao Sui laughed and waved his hand. He Wantong smiled charmingly and threw herself into his arms like a butterfly, as if she was used to it. Such a fragrant scene caused the 4 elders to be quite surprised. They didn't know when He Wantong had become Xiao Sui's exclusive property. This was forbidden by the Heavenly Law Alliance. All elders were forbidden from overstepping their etiquette to the juniors. Anyone who violated this rule would be immediately beheaded. If it weren't for this rule, the juniors who had been taken in by the Heavenly Law Alliance wouldn't have been able to escape from the evil hands of the elders. Anyone with a little bit of beauty would end up like He Wantong, who was in front of them, and would end up under their legs. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to properly entertain the elders? As for whether or not you can obtain their favor, that will depend on yourselves. Xiao Sui laughed. The remaining maids and dancers all had charming expressions on their faces as they leisurely went forward to serve the 4 elders. They were shocked and displeased, as He Wantong's beauty had been defiled by Xiao Sui. Everyone, enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. They are all taught by me, and they are intelligent. They know what to say and what not to say, so you don't need to worry about it. Xiao Sui caressed the beauties in his arms, and he didn't forget to drag them down with him. In this way, they wouldn't dare to report him, as they, who had also toyed with the descendants of the human race, wouldn't be able to escape death. They weren't as daring as Xiao Sui, as he didn't dare to violate the Heavenly Law Alliance's rules. Fellow Taoists, why are you still hesitating? Now that more than half of the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders have fallen, we are in dire need of manpower. Even if they know about it, they will surely turn a blind eye to it, and they won't do anything to us. Otherwise, if all the elders are killed, without us, how will Alliance Master Long maintain the Heavenly Law Alliance? Xiao Sui laughed and calmly analyzed. Upon hearing this, the 4 elders were tempted. Moreover, if they didn't make Xiao Sui feel at ease, they wouldn't be able to leave the Heavenly Law Alliance. They finally understood what Xiao Sui meant by a pleasant surprise. Under the teasing of the maids and singers, they quickly fell for him, and each of them chose a beautiful woman and immersed themselves in it, unable to extricate themselves. For a moment, the sound of lulling music lingered in the pavilion, and it lasted for half a day. Finally, after a round of lovemaking, the 5 elders stopped enjoying themselves, and they drank and chatted while being served by the maids and dancers, whose faces were slightly flushed. Ha ha! From today onwards, all of you are my drinking buddies, and in the future, you can come to my pavilion to drink and chat merrily. Xiao Sui laughed deeply. After enjoying themselves for a while, the 4 elders' faces became flushed. They, who had tasted the sweetness for the first time, had already had a taste of it, and even if Xiao Sui hadn't mentioned it, they would still have been thinking about this place. Elder Xiao, may I ask how you obtained the materials to refine this place? To refine such a space, you must have used up a lot of materials, right? The red-nosed elder's eyes were filled with envy. Who wouldn't want to possess such a mysterious independent space, where they could secretly drink and have fun, and where they could play with beautiful young women? Xiao Sui didn't try to hide it. Hehe, isn't it simple? The Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship has many unnecessary parts, and I just took those wasted materials and used them. Clatter. A bronze wine cup rolled on the ground, and the 4 elders' faces instantly turned grave, almost to the point of being terrified. Elder Xiao Sui, you dismantled the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship's materials. This is a crime punishable by death. The red-nosed elder was horrified. Xiao Sui's guts were greater than they had imagined, and he was even crazier. The Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship's materials are indeed of a high grade. But, Elder Xiao Sui, aren't you worried that the battleship will be damaged, which will allow the enemy to take advantage of it? Another elder was startled. No matter how they guessed, they would never have guessed that Xiao Sui would dismantle the battleship's materials. What if the battleship was damaged and the enemy invaded? After all, the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship was their safe haven. Why are you all looking at me like that? Why were they all like Su Yu, who was easily swayed by the wind? Am I really that muddle-headed? The materials that I dismantled were all the thicker parts of the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship, but they aren't very useful. As such, they won't affect the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship at all. Xiao Sui's expression was one of displeasure. Don't you have too little confidence in the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship? Xiao Sui didn't care. It has survived for tens of thousands of years, so its sturdiness isn't something that you can imagine. Such a small amount of materials is just a drop in the bucket for the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship. Don't worry, the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship will be fine. Even an otherworldly expert wouldn't be able to break it. Everyone felt uneasy, but when they heard Xiao Sui's words, they gradually calmed down. The Heavenly Law Alliance had survived for tens of thousands of years, and it had experienced many disasters in the subcontinent. But, which one of them hadn't been safe? This time, it seemed like nothing would happen to them. Their worries were really unnecessary. After thinking about this, they felt much more relaxed. That's true. The continent might be destroyed, but the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship wouldn't be destroyed. The red-nosed old man agreed. Xiao Sui laughed coldly. Su Yu was only able to barge in because the transportation portal's defenses were removed on purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break the formation and barge in. To be honest, as long as we don't fight, even if the otherworldly experts besieged us, what could they do to us? Hearing this, the four elders expressed their approval. That Su Yu seems powerful, but he is actually as cautious as a mouse. How could it be so coincidental that the otherworldly experts would invade while we were changing our commander? He even tried to teach us, the older generation, a lesson about the taboo of changing our commander. As he spoke about Su Yu, Xiao Sui couldn't help but feel proud. So what if he is powerful? Isn't it tiring for him to live so cautiously? When the four elders heard this, their faces turned red. Haha, Elder Xiao Sui is right. We elders don't need to be taught a lesson by a kid who is still wet behind the ears. However, it is all thanks to Elder Xiao Sui that you managed to suppress his arrogance twice. For this, I propose a toast to Elder Xiao Sui. Bang! The sound of a collision was not the sound of wine being knocked against each other, but the sound of an intense vibration. The small building shook intensely, and the dancers screamed as they flew up. They were at a loss for what to do. They, who were drinking and having fun, were suddenly sent flying, and their wine and food were scattered all over their bodies. When the vibration stopped, Xiao Sui's face turned gloomy. Who touched the picture scroll in the outside world? Only when an external force shook the picture scroll would it affect them, who were in the space. The four elders were also furious. They were enjoying themselves, so who would dare to ruin their mood? Humph! Follow me out to take a look. Xiao Sui coldly snorted. He then opened the space vortex, and the five of them returned to the outside world. There was no one in Xiao Sui's house. Moreover, there seemed to have been a violent vibration just now. More than half of the house had collapsed, and the walls were peeling off. It was a scene of desolation, as if it had experienced a destructive impact. In their anger, they were shocked. What happened? At that moment, noisy footsteps could be heard from the corridor in the distance. It was a group of half-god guards, and they hurriedly gathered in the middle of the battleship. Stop! What happened? Xiao Sui frowned. He had a premonition that something was wrong. When the guard saw that it was Elder Xiao Sui, he became respectful. Elder Xiao, we have been discovered by the strong martial artists of the other clans. Both sides are in a stalemate. Just now, the enemy used a large-scale secret technique to attack together, which shook the battleship. The Alliance Master is ordering more people to go to the front line to support us. After saying this, the guard looked surprised. Elder Xiao, could it be that you don't know? Half a day ago, we had already fought with the strong martial artists of the other world. Chapter 632. Di. At that moment, The communication pendants on the waists of the 5 elders started ringing. When they scanned it with their consciousness, they found out that it was Long Juashin's order to gather them half a day ago. Moreover, there were 9 of them. The small building had its own space, so the signals from the outside world could not be transmitted inside. As such, it had only just arrived. The expressions of the 5 elders changed at the same time. What nonsense are you spouting? We are on a secret mission and have just returned. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Xiao Sui shouted with a righteous look on his face. The guard did not suspect anything, as he trusted Xiao Sui and the other elders greatly. So, he quickly led the way. The bottom of the battleship, where Su Yu had barged in, was the weakest part of the battleship. However, that was only on the surface. There was a space formation set up there, so it was an important target for defense. There were 18 layers of seals that strengthened the defenses around it. Back then, Fu Tsongshan had activated 18 layers of seals in order to ambush Su Yu and the others. He had only left a weak space formation, which Su Yu had found an opportunity to break through. If he were to do it again, Su Yu might not be able to break through the 18 layers of seals. However, at that moment, 15 of the 18 layers of seals had already been broken. That earth-shattering attack just now had broken through 10 layers of restrictions in one go. Long Juashin was leading the Heavenly Law Alliance's many half-fairies. They were quickly infusing vital energy into the broken seals, so that they could be quickly repaired. Besides him, Long Wuxin and Qin Xiana were also present. As powerful 2 crystals half-fairies, they had also joined the defense. Old Chen and the other elders were also present. There were also 10 Annihilation Team members, as well as an endless stream of guards. More than half of the Heavenly Law Alliance's soldiers were gathered at the bottom of the battleship. They were racing against time to maintain the seals and protect the Heavenly Law Alliance from being broken through. Miss Qin, where is Su Yu? Long Juashin's forehead was dripping with sweat. After such a long and drawn-out battle that lasted for half a day, the protectors were completely exhausted. Half a day ago, a black cloud had strangely caught up to the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, it was not a black cloud. It was a dense group of human experts. There were 99 of them. Each of them was at least a 1 crystal half-fairy, and there were as many as 22 crystals half-fairies. As for 3 crystals half-fairies, there were as many as 3 of them. The enemy's terrifying power was only slightly weaker than the last battle between the Zhenlong continent and the otherworldly expert. That was the final battle of the human race, and they were utterly defeated. In that battle, the enemy had sent out 200 vital energy crystal half-fairies and 3 fairies. Although their numbers weren't high, the Zhenlong continent side was almost completely massacred by the terrifying half-fairies. Countless experts from the large factions had perished, while the Heavenly Law Union had suffered disastrous losses. That was the most tragic defeat that the Zhenlong continent had ever suffered. It could be said that it was a crushing defeat. However, 99 fairies had appeared at that moment. Although their overall strength was far from that of the 150 vital crystal half-fairies, it was still enough to wipe out any of the forces in the Zhenlong continent. The Heavenly Law Alliance was no match for them. However, Su Yu was unexpectedly not in the Heavenly Law Alliance at such a critical moment. Hearing this, Qin Xiana, whose face was slightly pale, nervously wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead. She bit her lips and continued to instill her vital energy into Su Yu's body. She then said with great difficulty, "Brother Su Yu suddenly went out half a day ago. He hasn't returned yet." Long Juashin's heart sank. Why did he have to leave at such a critical moment? What was even more coincidental was that the otherworldly experts had just caught up with them and started to attack them. They had barely managed to hold on until now. However, there were only 5 seals left, and the speed at which the seals were recovering was far slower than the speed at which the enemies were destroying them. The disparity between their strengths was too great. Swoosh! At that moment, Xiao Sui and the other 4 elders hurried over. Seeing this, Long Juashin was slightly angered. "What have you been doing? You gathered the elders half a day ago. Why are you only here now?" The other 4 elders were extremely guilty. When the Heavenly Law Alliance was facing a great crisis, They were just toying with the women that they had taken in. Only Xiao Sui was calm. Alliance Master, please forgive us. The 5 of us were cultivating, so we didn't notice the news. It was only after we were awakened by the tremors that we discovered your message. We immediately rushed over to help you. Long Juexin was a powerful person, so he could naturally tell that he was hiding something. However, the current situation was critical, so he didn't have the time to question him. So, he could only turn a blind eye. Let's not talk about this matter for now. All of you, immediately come over and strengthen the seals. Xiao Sui and the other 4 elders immediately joined in. The vital energy of the 5-2 crystals half-fairies increased the speed at which the seals were recovering. However, it was only slightly faster. Bang! Another loud rumbling sound echoed through the air. 2 seals had been broken in a row. Even though they had strengthened the seals, they were still blown away by the powerful impact. All of them felt a metallic taste in their mouths. Xiao Sui, who had been injured, finally started to panic. It seemed like the crisis they were facing this time was different from the past. Only 3 layers of the seals had been broken. If the enemy used the joint attack formation again, the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship would immediately be invaded by the otherworldly expert. A panic that he had never felt before filled his heart. The last fortress of the human race, the sturdy battleship, was about to be broken. Xiao Sui felt like he had just woken up from a dream. However, this was the end of his beautiful dream, and the beginning of the cruel reality. The Heavenly Law Alliance would also be broken one day. In the midst of his panic, he thought of Su Yu, the powerful youth. Where is Su Yu? Where is he? Ask him to come out. His loud shouts were filled with panic. Hearing this, the elders became anxious. Su Yu just had to go missing at such a critical moment. However, when they heard Xiao Sui's angry shouts, their eyes were filled with anger. Shut up. Don't forget that you are an elder, Long Juexin shouted. His heart was filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for this old man's objection, Su Yu might have already become the Heavenly Law Alliance's master. At that time, this old man had objected to Su Yu becoming the Alliance master because Su Yu was too young. But now, Su Yu was no longer restricted by his status as the Alliance master, so he could come and go as he pleased. He couldn't find Su Yu, yet he had come out to make a fuss and ask Long Juexin to help him. If he could, Long Juexin would kill this old man with a single slap. Su Yu had rejected the position of the Alliance master, but who could be sure that this old man had not rejected it? There were many elders like Long Juexin who wanted to kill Xiao Sui. When Long Juexin had said that choosing Su Yu as the Alliance master was a matter of life and death for the Heavenly Law Alliance, they had not thought much of it. Now, it seemed like Long Juexin was right. The Heavenly Law Alliance had really encountered a matter of life and death. If Su Yu was here, with his unfathomable abilities, even if he couldn't turn the tide, the situation would still be far better than it was now. At that moment, Xiao Sui no longer had his usual righteousness and calmness. He had been shocked by the sudden crisis. After being shouted at by Long Juexin, he became much more clear-headed. He suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly said, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure for a moment. I hope Alliance Master can forgive me, but now, the situation is critical, so please help Su Yu. The Heavenly Law Alliance is his home, and if the Heavenly Law Alliance is gone, he will have nowhere to go." Hearing this, the elders secretly cursed him for being shameless. He had stepped on Su Yu when he was in the limelight, but now that he was in trouble, he thought of Su Yu. He has already left, and his whereabouts are unknown. Long Juexin's face was gloomy as he suppressed his murderous intent. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. Xiao Sui suddenly panicked. Left. Hatred welled up in his heart. I knew that this kind of person was unreliable. He still had the cheek to say that. Everyone was furious. Stop talking. Immediately activate the seal, Long Juexin shouted. Once the seal was broken, the otherworldly experts would rush in. With the disparity in power between the two sides, what awaited them would be a one-sided massacre. The Heavenly Law Alliance would be destroyed in a single day. In the outside world, a purple-haired, devilish armored youth was sitting on a black lotus surrounded by 99 armored youths. He had a leisurely look on his face as he asked, "How is it? Are a bunch of ants still resisting fearlessly?" Reporting to Commander, "There is only the last bit of defense left. Our next joint attack will be able to break through. With our battle power, we should be able to kill everyone who resists in half a cup of tea's time." Hearing this, the devilish purple-haired armored youth calmly said, "All right, then quickly break through it. A small faction like this has escaped for so long. The Holy Master is very displeased." "Yes." The armored guard bowed and retreated. "Also," the devilish purple-haired armored youth added, "there is no need to keep the men alive. After all, they are useless. Capture all the women alive. The Holy Master's cultivation technique requires a large number of virgin women." It was a simple order, as if it was just drinking water. It did not feel like it was a slaughter. The guard received the order and passed it down. The 99 half-immortals simultaneously infused their vital energy into a giant ring in front of them. As the boundless vital energy gathered, the ring emitted an extremely dangerous, destructive aura. In the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship. Not good. The joint attack is about to start again. Old Chen's face was filled with shock and despair. Long Jueshin's face also turned pale. The remaining 2 layers of restrictions could not withstand the attack. The Heavenly Law Alliance was about to be destroyed. The elders were filled with despair. The disaster had come too suddenly, and they had not even been prepared for it. Unknowingly, they had already given up on infusing their vital energy, and their faces were as pale as paper. They had already tried their best, but the enemy was too strong. They were so strong that they could not understand it. Traces of grief and indignation filled their hearts. Long Jueshin laughed at himself. Is this the end of the Heavenly Law Alliance? He felt as if he was dreaming. Half a day ago, he had still been thinking about rebuilding the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he had never thought that the day of its destruction would come so quickly. A dangerous aura gradually approached them. The enemy had already launched their final attack. Many elders closed their eyes and smiled bitterly. This might be the last smile they would see in their lives. Long Jueshin raised his head to look at the sky and let out a long sigh. "Su Yu, you left at the wrong time." Many of the elders regretted their decision. When Su Yu had rejected the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, they had only acted as bystanders and not tried to persuade him. When Su Yu was being bullied by Xiao Sui, they had only looked on coldly and even gloated in their heart. Now that Su Yu had left, they finally remembered how good he was.